And welcome back to Advantage in Paradise. Let's read our recap. You ready, Stefan? Last we met, the Wayward Five found themselves in the heart of the capital city of Lycia, Sarathil. Here they questioned their next move under the light of a newly grown gargantuan ash tree used with fey magic. Before they could decide what to do next, they heard the glass of the Sovereign's tower shatter at the top behind the tree. It seemed the mages of the Enthelion Unity, meant to be here to help them, taken the opportunity to seize power from the Sovereign. The party rushed to the tower before the Unity could make any regrettable decisions. Passing through the courtyard where all the guards had been turned to sheep in a mass polymorph. Though, even in their enchanted forms, these Elysians were drawn to the presence of Ilyuvania. Unfortunately, our heroes stopped the Archmage Emselenor from killing the puppet Sovereign Elwë, who served Queen Ayla for her death. After a tense discussion, the leader of the Unity decided to support Caerdolen in exchange for his future support after the fight was over with the Pallid King. She left with the Sovereign, and the Unity began organizing and defending the city. Her final remarks to Caerdolen: "I look forward to defending Arcathium with you, Twilight Shepherd." The party teetered on using the last of their strength on this day to go check on Wiswick's uncle, Owick, or to teleport directly to Vermalcia to try to speak with Prince Robert. They chose Owick after detecting that he might be in danger. And upon teleporting to his workshop, they found the Pallid Mask attempting to corrupt Owick. They destroyed the mask and some ooze-like creature that was forming behind it. But Owick's old age, the overwhelming power of the mask, had sealed his fate. And in his final moments with Wiswick, his nephew, he was able to pass on the collective Eldegras. Wiswick struggled with this, but accepted this fate with the greater knowledge of Noldegras. Uncle Owick being the first Zvirfneblin besides Wiswick to be reconnected with this god. A gift. Furthermore, Wiswick, with the power of Noldegras' bulwark shop, a sort of layer he was able to create within the Underdark using this magic, he began crafting memorials to the many minds of lost Zvirfneblin within his own mind, recounting their many adventures and great deeds with the same final epitaph. Their soul was welcome to Noldegras with open arms. He ended with a statue of himself, but with no epitaph other than the Archon of Noldegras. His soul was welcomed to Noldegras with open arms. All of this reigniting an ancient connection between the Zvirfneblin and their god, as well as rebuilding the connection between kin and ancestor. With this, from the party's reputation, they secured Zvirfneblin aid in the coming conflict. In the evening, Caerdolen sent word out to their allies. To Vaelin, he requested the Wood Elven commune's aid, but learned about a string of violent attacks holding back the Wood Elves. Vaelin promised he would try to get some aid sent to Elysia, but that the forces of Teramran will be split unless something is done. Next, he sent a message to the Ardent Eye, one of the two leaders of the Leviathrok Order, home to the temporary member of the Wayward Five, Katya, and devoted to Demukna, the Cobalt Wanderer. But the seer anticipated this message and is already working on getting aid to the Wayward Five from the south. Huron then sent a message directly to the goddess of this order, Demukna, the Cobalt Wanderer. He also sent word to Fierce Soul, the Smith Dragon. Between the two, he received mixed reviews, as gods are wont to do. Finally, he sent a message to his old friend Hedrick, the Wayward One, the one at fault for all of this suffering, but a strong ally, and one might say friend, Huron at least. As the party is desperate for all the help that they can get. During this time, Timber introduced Ilyuvania to Astraeus, whom she expressed familiarity with. In fact, she claimed the little owl god as a brother of sorts. Satisfied with this introduction, Timber moved on to use the dream spell to meet and speak with his own brother, Uzo, leader of the Sulk, his monastery and home. Though the meeting was to prepare the Sulk for the coming fight, it was also a peaceful moment for brothers to be family once again, which ended with Kaze telling Uzo to tell his children that their father is coming home soon. Speaking of family, we left off with Wiswick reuniting with his sister after believing her lost to the wilderness. And this is where we'll pick up. The Wayward Five are resting for the evening. Wiswick has just met with his sister. Scarlet is hoping for a dream spell from her toxic brother. Before we begin, your Zirfneblin boon. Any spell that requires a gemstone, the cost of that gemstone is halved.
Pretty good.
Yeah. That is very good.
So, a greater restoration would cost, what is it now? It's 100 gold pieces worth of dust?
Greater?
Yeah.
It's either 100 or 250. Yeah, 100.
Yeah, so that would now cost 50 gold pieces of diamond dust instead.
Cool. And like a diamond worth 5,000 would be worth
2,500.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So this boon scales rather well. But the Zirfneblin are flush with gems. Okay.
Thank you, little notes. Thank you so much.
You should buy some while you're here.
Oh, most certainly.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea, is that you would buy all the gems here and at the discounted price before you head off.
So
Wiswick, you are hugging your sister right now, who has just sort of expressed disbelief at your presence, thinking you having been dead. It's late at night. You've just finished kind of your last rounds, moving about the city to fix things up, build the memorials. But she embraces you excitedly, calling you Bilgru. What do you do?
I hold on to the hug until, as long as I can, until it might get a little awkward, but eventually, she lets go, and I step back and I say to her, "It's so good to see you, but I come with bad news. The world's ending, and the Sniff-Nebbling Council has decided to help, but It doesn't look good. Our Uncle Owick, he tried to help. But the Pallid King got him.
But we've got you. Right? Back from the dead.
You've got much more than just me. Sometimes, in this new form, I struggle to remember what it's like to be Wiswick. There's so many other spirits that use me as an outlet and trust, rely on me to express their voices and strengths, and it's like a full-time job. I never get any rest. But seeing your face, it reminds me how important my family was to me.
Family's always important, Bilgrew. You've always been many. Wiswick, Bilgrew, Farlight, Yellen, Gedry, Pedry, Netherrock. If you need help remembering that, you can come home.
The world can't afford me to come home right now, as much as I'd love to. But I don't think Smoothold can afford for you to stay either. For too long, I've been trying to hide you from this world. Like our parents did to us when we were younger. I expected that... I was very lucky to find a good group of people that were able to help me survive up there on the surface, but it's just as fraught with danger as the Underdark. But now I see that our old way of living, it was a lie. We can't stay hidden the way we used to, as much as I'd love for us to have our own place where we can be safe and free and not have to worry about anything. We have a battle of gods and dimensions that we're going to need everybody that can hold a sword. It's just a shame. I left to find a better way for our people. And it seems like there's no avoiding the future. You're muted.
Well, if you didn't leave, we wouldn't know. And we'd be hiding down here and thinking we were alright. Until the caves would start caving in and whatever monsters you're talking about would find us. Like you said, we can't hide forever. You did what you set out to do. It might not feel that way. But we're better.
I did what was right for our people. But not what was right for us. We could have been happy, Fizzly. I'm sorry.
she comes and hugs you again. And then kind of she goes to kind of like tussle your hair, but it being kind of this stone artifice of what it was. It's just sort of this strange polishing that's happening. She smiles at you. You might be some kind of archon or great wizard. But you're still my little brother. This was always going to happen. You always wanted to go out there, and I always was going to follow you. This is no different than how it was before. We could have been happy and hid in the world. And maybe that's what Mom and Dad want to do. But it's never what we want to do. I'll get ready. Going wherever you're going.
It's like, still looks like he's a little shaken up, but struggles a fake smile and nods to her. I'll meet you tomorrow morning at my grave.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go say your goodbyes. I can't go in there. Tell the family I love them.
Oh well. I don't think Dad would be ready to see you anyway. It's been shaken up ever since. But I'll see you tomorrow morning.
We're gonna fix things.
She gives you one more kind of more playful hug than before, where she kind of shakes your shoulders a little bit, trying to, in a sibling-like way, crack a bigger smile out of you, but then doesn't spend too long doing that before walking back, giving you one last kind of smile back before you see her start to climb the side of the house to climb back into the window of her bedroom.
Yeah, and with that, Wiswick, waits till she gets up to the top, and then turns and walks away. Returns to the party for a long-needed rest.
And all the party, I imagine everyone is staying in Uncle Owick's tower, or in your own space.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, we have 3 days until the bears have to break again?
Yeah. This
Okay.
or no, you have
This
4.
is dawn. This will be the
Dawn
next
of
day
the
will be-
yeah.
Dawn of the 3rd day.
Yeah.
Okay.
But before we do that, wait, I guess before I finish out this night with what one might presume is a dream spell, is there anything anyone would like to do with this evening? Okay. Charlotte, where would you be? Would you be close to everyone for this? Well, I guess you'd be sleeping, so wherever you.
I would have just, if wherever everybody set up camp for the night.
I could drop a mansion down if we want to do that.
Oh, that's true. You could mansion it. Because Uncle Owick didn't really have guest rooms. When Wiswick would sleep over when he was a kid, it would like pull out an old adventuring cot for him to sleep in the workshop.
Sure, then I'll be in a room in Wiswick's mansion.
Wiswick's cool ass mansion.
Yeah, Wiswick's cool ass mansion.
Oh man.
Which is a slower version of it.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You spooky man.
So, Scarlet.
Yeah.
You are having difficulty falling asleep,
I wonder why.
but eventually you would. And you open your eyes in a dream. You are in the Crimson Court, the throne room of the Crimson King. The floor is covered in blood, dragged from the wall that leads to the Red Room, which now is an open wound, basically. Thatcher sits on the Crimson Throne. He has no mask on, but the mask is at his hip, on his belt. There is a heap of flesh next to his throne. As he is slouched in the throne and just kind of takes the mask from his belt and holds it in a hand over here. Doesn't say anything. He looks worse. His eyes are heavy, bags under them heavy. More of his sclera showing. His eyes are wide as he stares at it. There's no spiral on his forehead like some of the others that were taken. You know, Gideon had a scratch into his forehead was the spiral. What do you do?
Are there still like crates and shit around the room?
Oh yeah, yeah. His place is a mess. He's clearly been using this as a space to work on what he's working on and to just smash things when he's mad. You might presume by how much is destroyed around here. The crimson banner is all tattered to shreds. The fire still roaring in the middle. He's clearly just been like breaking the furniture and burning it in this room. He's just generally been hiding in this abandoned hideout, this abandoned headquarters.
Is he by himself?
As far as you can tell.
All right, I'll find a crate that hasn't been smashed, and I'll kind of kick it over so that I'm sitting across from him, and sit down. Kind of look at him, and just after a little bit, well, I'm glad to see that you don't have a new marking on your forehead. You look like shit.
He sits up. When did you become an expert The beast.
I've always been an expert. Just never told you.
What do you want, Scarlet?
First, I'd like to know what that is, indicating the lump of flesh. What did you do?
Oh, well, it was gonna be another gift. But my spirit's not in it. One might say. And he just raises his hand, and the heap of flesh just kind of forms into a semi-humanoid shape that's kind of like pushed together, like it's almost in a egg sac of this flesh, and then just sort of forming over it is a pallid mask that has silver lines all over it where it has been repaired. It looks like it at one time was shattered into dozens of pieces. Most likely this is Kinsley's pallid mask.
Well, whatever you did, I was able to cut the parasite out of my neck, so I suppose thanks are in order.
I know.
Of course you know.
No, not because I'm looking into your mind. No, I know because you felt it.
Felt it.
Ooh, through this thing. He references the keep.
Huh. Is she dead?
No. Just less. Less than. I didn't want to do this way. This is not meant to be hers. He looks into the mask now, and he like looks into it like almost like lovingly. No, this was not for her.
Who was it for then?
Guesses.
I missed that.
I'll give you 3 guesses. Is this the question game?
No. No. Not playing games. Thatcher. I'm done playing games.
Suppose that's timely. No, this was for you.
That's what I would have guessed.
Well, maybe not, I suppose. You don't seem, or didn't seem like you were prepared to let go. Maybe it wouldn't have been for you, and then I would have had to find someone else.
What's your goal here?
I told you. Already. Were you not listening?
No, I was listening. You want... Essentially, you want to create your own world. A world in which the two of us are in charge, and we make everyone who ruined our lives miserable, or ends them.
Oh, yeah, that was what it was.
No longer.
Things have changed, Scarlet. I told you the wagon was moving rapidly, and it has moved.
And what's that? At the moment, it looks like you want to sleep. To rest. You look exhausted.
That would be nice. Maybe that's what I want. Maybe I want the game to be over. I don't know. I don't know. There's so many things happening now.
I think you've bitten off more than you can chew. I think you don't know what you want anymore.
And what do you want, Scarlet?
At the moment, this very moment, the reason I asked you to contact me is because I want you to fight with me, with us, against this Pallid King. The beast, as you call him.
You see the heap of flesh. You can see his arm like stretching the membrane of it. Why are you fighting the Pallid King?
Because it threatens the world. He threatens the world.
Does he threaten the world, or does he threaten the world that your masters desire?
Master.
Oh, yeah. The elf.
He's not my master.
Seems like it. Oh, he didn't want you to talk to me tonight, did he?
No. I don't care. I told him I didn't care.
He's been scolding you a lot.
And I don't care.
Then why do you fight for him? Oh.
He protected me.
Oh.
Thatcher. He kept me safe.
Did he?
For a little while.
You
As much as he was able.
died. The only reason you're back is because you tried to kill him. They didn't come for you. You would still be rotting in that room right there if fate didn't bring you back together. It wasn't for her wanting you to kill your heart.
You're telling me things as if I don't already know them.
I know you know them. I know them because you know them. But I'm offering a different perspective. One from the outside.
It doesn't sound any different than what I already know.
Oh, but you think that they're protecting you. They're using you, Scarlet.
For what?
To...
What's your perspective?
I just told you. They're using you.
What
Your
if I
useful
told-
weapon. And do you think that they wouldn't hesitate to dispose of you when your use is ended? I think they're close to that.
It might be.
Yet you'd still fight for them.
Because I'm fighting for another chance.
Oh.
That's another thing I wanted to say to you.
Another chance?
Yes. A chance at another life.
Isn't that what she offered you? And he looks at the heap of flesh as the mask comes off of it, stretched by strands of flesh dripping and oozing off as it just floats off, and you can see the face of the Cirrus there, her eyes bleeding and her face twitching, as she's daughter. And then he pulls his hand back in the mask.
It's a fair point. But it's not one that I create for myself. If you... I don't know who that was, but that was great.
Was that on? Oh.
That was on mic.
It was like the perfect level, too.
Right? At the exact right pause.
I'll mute myself.
I have a proposition for you. Because I am so tired. Just like you are. You're always taunting me, teasing me. Let go. Let go. If you come and fight with us, I will. Assuming we survive, of course. We can look for Mother. We can start a new family. We can leave all of this behind.
But only if I fight with the elf. Doesn't sound like letting go. It sounds like... How would I ever even trust you? How could I believe you?
It's an interesting question. I don't know. I don't know yet.
See, this is what I've been talking about, Scarlet. You grasp for these straws dangled by elves with agendas and false senses of virtue, and thinking that their meaningless existence is more important or holier than others. And the truth is true for all of us. They are wrong, and we must seize what we can from this reality because it hates you. They hate you, Scarlet. You're a monster.
You're right. You're right. I am. I am. But so are you. Monsters together. Also, how is me working with Curon any different than you working with the Pallid King?
Mm-hmm. Because I am working with Pallid King because what he offers aligns with what I want.
Do you even know what you want?
No.
So then how do you know it aligns?
Because it feels right. His anger, mine, both forced into fates we did not want. Both thrown aside. Both clawing for breath. And he'll take his soon.
He did that to you.
Failures of this world allowed it to happen.
No. No, he did that to you. my failure to find you contributed. But he turned you into the monster that you are, just like that, indicating the Cirrus, turned me into the monster that I am. We're not so different.
And you can see he's getting a little angry.
Good.
You're not wrong, Scarlet.
I know I'm not.
There it is again. That attitude. You have to be right. I'll tell you. Give you a warning. And if we're both alive and this is all over, maybe we can be monsters together. You see the visual around you melts away. It's replaced by cold winter storm. Flapping tent flaps as the storm is brushing in from the outside. Dim torches. Thatcher is sitting in a simple stool now, in armor, with the mask at his waist still. Still looking exhausted and tired. As he stands up and walks past you. The heap of flesh still on the ground there. And he walks out of the tent. Do you follow? You see mountains above. Sharp and jagged. You see hundreds of tents all around. An army, one might say. Camped at the side of a vast lake that leads into a deep, dark valley. And at the end of that valley, you see the faint glitter of cracks in the sky. Thatcher is, if he's telling the truth, just a couple days from Therismore.
Is this your army?
Yes. I said the wagon was moving fast, Scarlet.
So you're coming.
Mm-hmm.
Do I believe him?
Give me an insight check.
17.
He's always hard to read, but something about the exhaustion within him seems like he is genuine. It's hard to tell what his purpose is to do this, but for all intents and purposes, as far as you can tell, he's being honest. It could also just be that he's playing this exhausted role. When we see each other again, you can see he holds his hand down and the heap of flesh comes up, and he just holds the mask and pulls it from the face of the Cirrus, and it seems excruciatingly painful for her when he does this. He holds it up. we see each other again. Last chance to seize that power. And we will be a family again.
Why does it have to be as part of his family? Why can't we do it ourselves? So we always wanted to do. I don't want it to be part of his family. I want us. Just us. We don't need him. We don't need anyone.
He looks at the mask and you can see, like, of all the times you've interacted with him, he's seemed the least confident in this moment. And he does look to the mask with this hollow face that looks sad. And he looks back at you. I'd rather survive in his world than theirs.
We can make a third option.
Oh. Not with people like you, the elf. They'll make sure it's this or that.
Why don't we just focus on surviving and then we can figure out the details?
Okay. I'll see you soon. I won't come for you. That I promise. But everything else, I don't know. And he kind of looks up at the sky towards the cracks.
Like I said, I think you've bit off more than you can chew.
Oh, and so have you.
And
More
I've accepted
times.
that. I don't know that you have. You're still trying to make sense of it all. Trying to fit it into your neat little boxes. You should let go, actually. Let go of the things you can't control.
Well, at least you've begun to let go of Rowan and Reese and that failed family. I'll consider that a good start. But I don't think there's much for us to talk about here anymore. Scarlet.
I've said everything I needed to. It's up to you now. If you want to be a proper family again, it's on you.
Okay. Then I'll leave you with this. And everything melts away and disappears. And it's just you and him in empty void. And then he turns around and walks away. And you are suspended in the darkness.
Can I follow him or no?
Can't. You just get to watch him walk away. As you would hear in your head. Good joke. You'd slip into some other dream. Maybe created by Thatcher, maybe not, but you dream of the Praxis Peninsula and chasing after your little brother, or older brother, technically, by 1 second. You chase after him, and you relive happy memories. Before the morning arrives, you all awake. Scarlet, you don't suffer any psychic damage. There's no aggressive attack on you.
Good.
You get your long rest. You all would awake in Wiswick's magnificent mansion.
Magnificent.
Magnificent. Imagine early. You wake up early. And perhaps just difficult to sleep. I'd say it's around 6 or 7 in the morning. What would y'all like to do?
I'd like to buy some discounted gemstones, please.
Of course you would.
So
I give Kieran the rest of my money, which is 490 GP.
okay, thanks.
Here you go.
Add that.
The Council of Zvirfneblin would have gifted you 10,000 gold points pieces to use at your discretion.
Amongst the whole party?
Amongst the whole party, yeah.
Okay.
So, Wiswick goes to get his stuff, I guess. Now that we're on it. Is any of my gold missing or anything else that I should be concerned about?
Oh wow, yeah. Did you guys take his gold?
No.
Did you give
left
it to the
all-
family?
Yeah, we gave everything to his family unless otherwise noted, which basically was his scrying orb, the carcery orb, and the tuning fork.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the other things that I'm actually looking for are the ivory statuette of myself that I use for the contingency
Yeah.
spell.
That should be on the grave.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
should definitely be able to get that.
The rug for flying.
You can ask Fizri to get that for you from the family.
Sure. And I had a ring of fire and cold resistance. I probably would only need one, but I guess I'd take both back.
I feel like those
Yeah.
would be buried with your body.
Those would probably be buried with your body.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna
odd
pick those
conundrum.
up. I don't care. I'm just gonna sink into the ground, pick up the ring from my corpse, and then lift myself back up, and I just have rings in my hand.
It's actually a really cool visual of just like of you descending in and opening up your own casket and just taking whatever you need from it.
Yeah, I'm just earth gliding down there, like.
Yeah, you could definitely do that for sure.
Yeah, and if I have my gold, I've got like 17 platinum.
Which is, how much gold is that? I always forget what the platinum.
170 gold, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's only by 10.
Okay. So yeah, I'll say you have your platinum. Yeah, you can take back whatever gold you have on your body.
All right. I'm gonna be playing with my inventory a little bit, but if you need any of my money, just ask.
All right. So, little table talk, if you'll allow it.
Sure.
Absolutely.
In total, with the gold that Timber gave me, Scarlet has also offered about 4,000 plus another 10,000, puts us at basically 20,000 gold that we can pool together, plus what other Wiswick and Sarathil might have. True Resurrection costs 25,000. Halved is 12,500. Do we want that? Because we can get a normal resurrection spell for a fraction of the price at 500 gold pieces. it's basically the same. The only difference is that true resurrection, no longer than 200 years, and normal resurrection is only a century. So, I mean, I don't really see us using true resurrection to any real benefit.
Resurrect Reyna.
Yeah. Wait, don't tell Timber this information.
Rig up the ancient.
I
sanctum?
don't need a body for true resurrection.
You don't.
Right, yes, sorry, that is the other thing. You are correct. You don't need a body. You do need a body.
True resurrection
for-
would be useful for resurrecting anyone that you know is obliterated, like Reyna.
Yes. True resurrection is for Reyna. Normal resurrection is for, I don't know, Robert, if we can find his body.
No,
Young
exactly where his
Robert,
body
that
is.
is. Oh, right.
Sean's like, no, he's gone. He blew up.
His soul was destroyed.
Yeah.
He was giving us a fake name the whole
You know what-
time.
you know what the
We
Pallid
just
King
end
has
up
him.
resurrecting somebody else.
Yeah, he grew a pallid mask like all the other people. He's clearly a baddie now. In the final fight, you all just hear in the background, Mr. Cal.
Mr. Cal, and it's just like
It's
a
time to
giant,
die,
like,
Mr. Cal, it's time to die. Let me sharpen your sword and cut your throat with it. So yeah, what do you all want to do with that 20,000 gold?
Still
Right now-
researching.
That's fair. Yeah, and of course, if my other magical companions want anything, we can also hold on to that gold.
Wait, we just finished long resting, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
We will also
be
this is the
going
next. This is
to-
next morning. This is you're over breakfast
Well, I guess
talking
part of
about
it is-
your funds.
We also need to consider that we want to spend some of that money on components for things like gate. If we're bringing people,
I've
I've got the can. I put a candle on the.
Wait,
the
who
table.
can cast gate?
I can.
the
You
gate,
got-
the
you can
candles
cast
one.
gate?
Yes.
Well, we
I
don't
get-
know if the candle can.
I can assuredly cast gate, and
So can
with
I.
this halved spell cost, that's 2,500 gold. So we could essentially get 4 uses. The only problem is gate is not to the same plane of existence. We would have to go to another plane and then come back.
Or, well, I don't know how many hours would know teleportation circle, but we could make a circle,
Right.
and then they can go to that if we get chalk. Or I'm
That's
sure we
true.
have chalk.
Which, how much does the chalk cost?
Not much.
Yeah,
okay.
It's not that much at all. But
It's
just making sure
150,
that's just something on the list and make sure that we
Right.
can.
Yes. I mean, that's easy enough. We can get that here, potentially, or in Vermelsia.
I also just assumed that the sulk was going to take care of that. That was like one of the check marks.
Well, it could be an additional
But-
thing, because it's like they only have
Yeah.
so many resources. If we say, here's a teleportation circle,
Mhm.
here's the code, you punch that in,
Yeah.
and then the Gwen elves are just, bamfing people, and the
Mhm.
high mages of Caerdolen are just bamfing people.
Yeah, and the chalk is the magic part of the chalk is actually technically precious gems that are infused into it. So I would account that in the a discount. It's 50
Okay.
gold
Oh,
per use,
nice.
so it's 25 gold per use to create
Oh.
teleportation circle.
Also, I still have. I know this is a little off. I still have a gem encrusted bolt.
Yes, I do have that in my notes.
You guys
Sounds
also
like
have potions of
reagents.
Heroes
Hero's
Feast.
Feast. Yes.
Except for Kieran. Kieran doesn't have it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And Wiswick doesn't have it too,
Mhm,
actually.
mhm.
Well, didn't we use those before the Ayla fight?
Oh, yes.
No,
No, Kieran actually made one.
a hero's feast.
Okay.
Because he still needed it.
So you have 3 potions.
So
of-
yeah,
of,
you guys have 3. I have another use of hero's feast.
Mhm.
So again, do we even want to bother with resurrection spells?
Hey, Sarathil, can you identify this?
Well, sure. I guess like a handful in case like one of us just gets completely destroyed on the battlefield.
I mean,
I mean,
I will
There's
have
other
Revivify.
uses. We'll have a Revivify.
Yeah, like
if we want to
Revivify is
save
all we need,
money,
yeah.
we can use the regular resurrection or something like clone.
No, I
Uh,
only imagine like Revivify will come into play because I'm just picturing it being necessary if like one of us just gets absolutely decimated.
Right. The only problem is it does take an hour to cast Resurrection.
Not resurrection, Revivify is what I mean.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the only thing I imagine like we would need to
Yes.
cast.
I think we should save the money and just get smaller components.
The higher level
Wait.
resurrections also do run the risk of the skill challenge
much-
aspect of it.
How much money do we have? 20,000 gold?
I've never had to run
What's-
higher level resurrections, and I've always said that I do the Matt Mercer rolls, and now I'm realizing, I have to do the Matt Mercer rolls if you do that. I don't remember.
Now- Now, here's the thing. I'm not sure how exactly you work in the war, but there's literally an ongoing war going on right now. What is the ratio of like the armies composed of levies and like mercenaries? Because we could just use that 20,000 gold, just like hire a bunch of people to come fight for us, maybe.
It is true. Or convince the people who already have them on contract to use them to support you. Because the northern armies would have significant amount of forces with them since they were forcing them to fight in the winter. Also, they've lost a lot of their like geopolitically, a lot of things are going on that you guys don't know about in the Quintarchy because you haven't been there. But they do have a shortage of soldiers because 2 of the 4 kingdoms that make up the remaining Quintarchy have stopped sending soldiers.
And Sverwald and
Sivia have basically denied the king's orders and are somewhat themselves in open rebellion because of that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Tressex was never a big nation, right? They were just the breadbasket.
Exactly.
Oh, I'm such an idiot, guys! Just
Yeah,
do
we
power
know.
and kill on the Pallid King.
Obviously.
Yeah, he definitely won't use a legendary resistance against them.
No.
Oh, never.
No.
And he definitely only has like 10 hit points.
No, you
Pallid
polymorph him into a dog first, and then you kill him with.
Got him.
All right, so
Bet he never saw that coming.
Just to move this along a little, my thought is on my shopping list is I have a gate spell use that might come in handy if anything else. I just imagine opening a gate and having Fearsol on the other end and just having him breathe molten fire at whatever we see. I have 1 Revivify because I'm not sure how many I have momentarily. There's a good chance it's 0. So I'm just going to go with 0 and get enough for 1. Or maybe I should get more. And then 4 Greater Restorations. Just because if I have to throw out more than 4 Greater Restorations, we're probably going to be spooked anyways.
I think you probably, yeah, I guess that's fine. I mean, like, it would be nice to have spell or money for potion components because some of the potions we had in the last fight were really good.
Right. So if I add another Revivify to that, that's 2 Revivify, 4 Greater Restorations, and 1 Gate. That's only 3,000 gold with this half off discount out of 20,000.
Yeah, that's
and there's
way
a good
too much.
chance we can pull from the coffers of Vermalcia because they owe us.
Mm.
I don't know why or for what, but they just.
And remember, this big fight you're planning to engage in is not one encounter,
right?
Many encounters. So what
Queen
you have
Ayla
might
didn't
be
have
good
like a
for-
jewelry box or something.
You guys didn't check.
We did not.
You didn't.
we
You
did
didn't
not
raid
really
her
have
personal
time.
bedroom because the Pallid
Yes.
King was trying to take over the new body of Ilyvania.
I guess we probably could have. No, we won't loot people. We're not gonna loot Elysians. They've gone through enough. My people have.
They're not done going through it.
Damn straight. All right. So, 1 gate, 2 revivify, 4 greater restorations is what Kieran's going to spend. That's still just using his gold. He hasn't tapped into anything that.
Party funds.
Yeah, party funds or even what Timber.
I used all the party funds for a bunch of potion stuff already.
Right. No, but we just got 10
I mean
grand
the, I
from
mean the
Oh,
10 grand.
oh, that party fund. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not the super special slush fund Timber keeps.
Yeah. Yeah.
That everyone's just okay with for some reason.
Yeah, because it was
Because he
being
has
used-
the non-cursed bag of holding.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Alright.
Sarathil, can you identify this candle of mine?
Yes. So whenever we have a chance, I would like to try to identify this candle.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Give it a roll.
Kind of. But let me just remind myself what this fucking candle can even do.
It casts
Oh.
the gate spell.
Cascade spell.
Oh, it does. Yeah, when you light the candle for something,
If-
you can cast a gate spell with it. Doing so destroys the candle. Okay, yeah, you're right. I don't even remember what like I thought this candle. Yeah, this was the $25,000 one that you spent.
No, this
No, yeah, it was that much
15
money.
15,000, and
Oh.
I thought you said 1,500, so
Yeah.
I paid 1,500, and I took the candle and ran, and then eventually you were like, "That was 15,000." I was like, "I didn't pay that much."
All right, then I'm gonna
and
say
then I kept
yeah.
it in my inventory.
Yeah, let's roll for it. I think that's the best way to do this.
Okay.
Do we want? Let's just do a high or low. That seems simple, easiest way
All
to do it. So
D20
Timber, no, D100,
Okay.
and then you pick high or low.
Okay. What do you think, guys? High or low?
Low. Always low.
Low?
Don't listen to Stefan.
High.
He's only got it right one
All
time.
right.
Once.
We go 1 high, 1 low. We said
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
but
listen.
it was
That's
the one
probably a
time
high.
that mattered the most.
Clayton.
Up.
Okay. All right. We're going high. Oh, should have listened to Kieran.
Yeah, you should always listen to Kieran.
Okay. So it was low. I'm assuming.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that it's not a proper candle of invocation. But it's not unmagical. It
It's a
does.
magical candle of invocation. It just explodes.
Yeah, right.
Sean, I could have just gotten ripped off. It could just be a candle.
No, I want to give you something for it. You know, I want you to have something.
Yeah, just Timber runs in the middle of the battlefield and just puts the candle down, tries to light it.
Just explodes with a meteor swarm right on sent with Timber in the center.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. I'll get back to you on that.
Candle-
But it's not a free
candle-
use of gate or a $1,500 use of gate. Although that's
Okay.
not that. I'll tell you what it is later.
It's a mini gate. Instead of like an actual big door opening, it's 1/4 the size of that opens. So we can
The Pallid King can't fit, but
move squirrels through it.
the Pallid,
Another one.
yeah, the carcery squirrels.
Oh my god.
No, it's just for the sugar babies.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I can
Snuggle
yeah,
reunite,
the
babies.
snuggle
The
babes.
snuggle babies.
I could reunite with them once more.
Alex, could you imagine if if it was just Dream of the Blue Veil? Just leave this campaign. Go to a different campaign. Light this candle and you could just leave this campaign and go and join another one.
Yeah.
It's a deck of many things. Don't look at us like that, Sean. Don't use it. No, I was making a joke.
I'll,
Stop. No.
maybe post campaign I'll use it then.
Yeah.
What the fuck, Clayton?
It's a candle of many things.
It's all your fault.
That's what it is. It's a candle of many
Could
things.
get a wish spell out of it.
You
Sure.
could die.
It's a candle
And
of many
you could
things.
Die.
You could
Excellent
just like
idea.
get
serious?
teleported
I'm writing
to
this
a
down.
I am
place.
100% serious now. It's a candle of many things.
Damn it.
Timber slides that right back in his bag of holding and does not let anybody else know.
It's a. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
That could be really good for you guys potentially.
Could be, would be, should be.
Also could be very good.
Holy Aura, is that something that Caerdolen uses?
Yeah.
It's a spell that
It requires
cast.
1,000.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Yeah, I
What
already
was it?
have that. It doesn't require.
Oh, it's not reuse. Sorry,
It's
I'm just
not-
looking at the
yeah,
good
one
costs.
use.
Money.
I've been kind of saying that my weapons have been those items because I feel like the scepter of the first shepherd is worth well over 1,000 gold pieces.
Yeah.
Same with the staff of the crescent heart.
Yeah, that's fair.
What is it?
The candle. It's a candle of many things.
And it's all Clayton's fault.
Is it though?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, it's pretty good for 1,500 gold pieces.
Yeah.
What's
Just
it
get
do?
the Pallid King to light it, and maybe he'll get Don Johned.
Ooh.
Oh no.
All right.
Oh,
What?
what about like Conjure Celestial or something, or whatever? Conjure Ally, Planar Ally, that one.
Planar ally we can do, but that would be, I feel like, right before it starts.
Yeah. We'll save the money
Like
for
the day
that.
before. But like I had prepared like 10,000 gold. Like we got that from the Underdark King, Gloomlord Garlemane. And then it was like, nah, I'll take like a fraction of that. And I was like, oh shit, okay, cool. Because they were like gonna help, because it aligns with their wants. And also at this point, I feel like we shouldn't have to pay planar allies. I feel like it should just be like, hey, if we fall, so does everyone else. So
They're from a different plane. Like, what do they care about this one?
yes, the whole point is that like Hadric, the Wayward One, has already destroyed the Feywild. He's gonna destroy the material plane, and then from there we'll start to. He's already went after the Hells back in the what's it called, Warseer conflict. Zendariel
Okay.
was like, we need to shore up our defenses first, then we can help you.
Yeah.
So the fact that Zendariel is concerned shows that there is a planar threat in the Pallid King. I almost feel like I could cast Planar Ally and be like, hey, please help us, and then be like, well, yeah, no shit.
You'd have to make a compelling argument depending on what you summon, though.
Right, well, I would summon a Planar Ally from Zendariel, most likely.
It'll just be Ekbrog.
And it would be Ekbrog. Well, I have a plan for my gate spell. It's kind of like saying Fear Soul and then having him breathe fire, but better.
I'm very excited for that part.
Yeah.
Interesting. Oh yeah, this is me. This is also me just now remembering you guys only have like one use of your 9th level spell slots, and it's not something you
Yes.
can do like 3 gates in the.
Nope.
No.
That's why I only bought
Guys-
the one.
And that's why I was hoping for the candle to work.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you just go back to the
Buy a
guy and be
candle.
like, "Do you have a real one?"
Please.
He'll
Light
be
it in
like,
front of him.
"What? You took that? I thought that was a goof." That little Zvirfneblin.
Okay, so I have purchased my spell components. If anyone else wants to purchase theirs that are gem it's entered, do that. Remember, we can still get components for free from the Unthelian Unity. It's just at this point it makes a little more sense with their gemstones that we pay for them. The Unthelians, I think, would be better suited for our 2 wizards.
I agree.
Additionally, maybe they could give us alchemic reagents. Sean, yes, no, maybe so.
I would say yes.
Okay. I mean, we're gonna be visiting what's his name's magic potion shop. You guys know the one I'm talking about with the Lenin.
Leonardo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Raphael's,
thank you.
Other Ninja Turtle.
Yes. So you can go to him, Kaze, if that's you so choose.
I definitely will.
And then past that, I mean, we can commission some magic items, and by commission, I mean we have to buy them pre-made because there's no time.
Take a
I
visit
can
to
hold
Felix.
things if you guys, if your
Can we give
backpacks get too heavy, I'll
Can we
hold things.
give Scarlet like a magic cannon that does like 10d10?
Ooh, she
Damage.
shoots out. She shoots out the snake like a. Or
Lily?
many snakes. Lily and friends. That's what the weapon is now called.
Lily and friends. Lily
You have
and
to
friends.
create this in like 4 days, guys.
Is there, Sean? Serious question. Is there things that I could?
Serious question.
make.
We're in silly time.
Is there things that I could possibly be helpful in crafting?
I don't
As a
know. It
blacksmith.
depends on what people want. Like, I mean, you guys are kind of decked out with items
Yeah.
as far as that goes, armor and stuff. There's not a lot of time to mass make things for the people fighting
Yeah.
for you.
Maybe I could just sharpen swords or something for people.
Yeah.
I just want to
Sean.
be helpful.
I mean, it's the funny thing is
I'm
like
not
you're the only one,
magical.
but you're the only one who uses swords. Everyone else uses magic and claws and big scepters.
Sean, how do you feel about using the wish spell to create new spells?
Hey, it's worth a shot. What are you thinking about?
I was thinking about, we've seen the Pallid Kings like Iker affect people, and we have a sample of it. And we know that that's like his primary use, like it's basically like the conduit that he uses like for his energy through the masks. Can I perhaps create some sort of spell that just gives protection from that corrupting source and teach it to people?
It'll all depend on how. Yeah, I mean that's the kind of thing. Like if you make a wish and you wish for it, like if you say, "I wish for a spell that would protect from pallid rot," that's possible. Definitely. I mean, that's the nature of the wish spell. Is there's, it's a strange thing. Also,
Hey,
I'm
Sean,
pretty sure. Yeah.
if I were to ask Felix
Felix?
to upgrade my tattoo
Upgrade
to +3 instead
three?
of +2,
What +2?
my
you want +3?
unarmed
You want
strikes.
+3?
Do.
You want a +3?
This is a classic Clayton move he's putting down right now.
How much does that run me? Can I get a quote? Can I get a quote from Felix?
Yeah, you can. It would probably run you. If you'd have a chance to convince him for a discount, to reduce it down.
Oh, at this point, yeah.
Yeah. And it's an upgrade, not a
Correct.
full purchase. You're not buying a +3 item. It's more like the difference of what you've already paid to the cost of a +3, which I believe you've paid in total, like somewhere in the range of like
Spent a
7,000
lot
or
of money
something
into
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think a little bit more.
probably. Yeah,
Close to.
probably like close to 10K. So I would say, if we're bridging the gap of a rare to a very rare, it would be probably a couple thousand.
All right. Well, if there's leftover party gold.
Yeah.
I got you, Timber.
Oh, thank you.
So I mean, the regular wish spell does have a pre-written wish to protect a creature from a single effect. for 8 hours. Protect up to 10.
Right.
So you could protect the party and some NPCs from Pallid Rot for 8 hours automatically with the wish spell with no complications.
Right. I just didn't know, like, if you could possibly use the wish spell to create more spells, or if that's like something that you would be able to like mess
Well, I mean,
around
like
with.
it
'Cause
says,
it
you
might
can
be
always
more
wish for
efficient
something
if-
beyond the scope.
Right.
But there's a chance that it's only will partially succeed, or it might not succeed entirely, or there might be a way that the wording messes it up, or there might be unforeseen consequences to it,
or it'll just work.
or it'll
you
just
know?
work. Yeah, well, it's true, but it's also the kind of thing where even if it just works, there's still like consequences to that spell being created, which might not bother you. You know, if someone uses that spell in the future for a bad reason, then who cares? It's not your problem.
Persico's looking at me like, do it, Clayton.
Yeah.
But
sure.
But I think what might be a good idea is to take a short break so you can shore up what you want to do next, and then we'll jump back in and hop right into it. So folks at home, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be back in probably 10 minutes. Give them all a chance to settle on their plan for this gold and what they're going to do next, and we will move forward from there. So where the hell is my Streamlabs? There it is. All right, everybody, see you in 10 minutes when we have figured our shit out.
Good luck with that. It's gonna
See you in
take way more than 10
when we
minutes.
figured our shit out.
Welcome back, everybody, to Advantage in Paradise. We have ample time to think and discuss the wording of the wish spell. And I think our party is ready to jump back in. So, folks, it is... I'll just... You know what makes this easier is just to say the actual, like, date. It's the 28th on the 31st, the end of the month. The Pallid King comes back.
And we welcome him with open arms.
No, I'm
Wait.
sorry, the 30th. The 30th he comes back, yeah. Because you have 3 days left, right? Including this day, or is it 4 days?
4.
I think it is 4.
It's 3. Oh, I thought it was 3.
Because you
So the same. Oh wait, no, because
yeah,
Okay,
it's 4
this
days.
is the fourth.
This is the 4th day. So yeah. So this is the 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. The Pallid King comes back. Around midday, because that's when you did the spell.
All right.
So you really
You're
have
on
3.5
Paradice's
days.
gems.
Yeah, Wiswick would, just message everybody as they're like going about their day and tell them that he wants to meet to discuss some stuff.
So meet.
So you all meet in Oak's tower to finalize plans before moving on from here.
Look at all the gems I bought. They were half off.
I told you the Sniff Nebulum were filthy, stinking rich. That's why I wanted to keep this place hidden for so long.
I completely understand, and I think we should make sure that none of the more greedy of the surface dwellers try to get their fingers in here. But anyways, what was it that you wished to speak with us about, Wiswick?
Well, I've been pondering over this specimen that we received.
And I just show like the vial, I guess, that had the Pallid King's ichor.
And throughout our adventures, we've struggled a long time dealing with this stuff. If I could use some sort of powerful magic to reverse engineer this sort of concoction and create either a spell or some sort of remedy to counteract its effects, it could be a great boon for the future. Not even for the people, even if we fail to stop the Pallid King, it might lead to a chance for the future if we can pull this off now. But I understand that my life is tied to Untduras, and if I were to fail, this could mean the end of everything.
I'm sorry. Wait. You're speaking of some kind of new magic. But the only way to get that magic is to risk your life.
It's not that much of a risk. Like, it's kind of up in the air. It's not like I've ever tried something like this before, but it's within the scope of my power to at least try.
What kind of risks are we talking about here, Wiswick?
No, there's honestly no way of telling. To be honest, to be real, I've used the spell to cast other spells, like used it for smaller, applications, but with no recourse. But I've never tried something as complicated or in depth as trying to throw a god's power back at it.
What spell are you talking about in particular?
It's called Wish. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I
Maybe
don't
you should have
think
been paying attention.
risks are worth taking here.
Wiswick, we lost you once. I don't know much about wishes, but if it means losing you again, you're the only thing holding back the Pallid King at the moment. We're not ready yet.
I don't think it's worth it. It's a solid idea for sure.
I mean, just hear me out. That's all I ask. You could. I won't make any decisions without you guys. But
didn't we just hear you out?
I guess.
Do you have more to say? Is there a way to make it so it's more successful? If so, then
is there a way where you wouldn't be put at risk at all? Could one of us, could you channel it through one of us, so if there's any reverberation back from it, it won't hit you? Because I agree with you, Wiswick. This is the most sensible thing I've ever heard you say. And
so I would have to run this through, DM Sean, but
I am a master of magics, and I do have an ability to convert energy from my own body that comes from external sources. So perhaps I would be able to use somebody else's magical power, but it might also lead those consequences to either both of us or directly to the person I'm sourcing from. If you were to maybe try channeling a 9th level spell slot into me, and then I attempt to use that energy to combine with my own, maybe the results would be a little bit more favorable, but we're talking about cosmic levels of power here. It's really, this is beyond the scope of mortals to comprehend.
As he says that, you hear a little contraption of like a little sculpture that Uncle Oek built at some point that looks really fragile. Just falls apart entirely as you see Iluvania there was just messing with it. As you said, cosmic power sent beyond the scope of mortals. You see Iluvania just kind of looks at you all as you look over and see this little model, like a little model of a cave dragon falls apart.
An evil look goes on Wiswick's face, and he looks over to Iluvania and says,
Hey, that's all right. Don't worry about the statue. That didn't mean anything to me at all.
Was this important?
Not as important as you are, sweetie. Have you ever wished for anything in your life? You know, wished really, really hard?
Are you asking her?
"Yeah."
I don't think so. Maybe once, before I died, I think. Maybe it killed me. Oh no, that was the dragons.
See? Right out of the god's mouth. Perfectly safe. I think we should give it a go.
She starts putting the cave dragon model back together.
Would you mind?
I start helping her put it back together and say,
Would you mind, perhaps, lending me your strength and helping me wish for something?
I don't think if there is a chance of failure, we should take it.
Well, I don't know. I feel like Iluvania is the type that makes the wish happens, right? So
Correct, but I don't want to push her right now.
I mean, is she going to be ready in 3 days when the sky starts ripping apart? 4 days? 4 days.
Maybe
3.5, really.
we don't know.
Are you willing to take that risk that she won't be ready? Or would you rather...
Not risking anything. I'm not trying. It's not me. It's Doctor.
I can help. I think. What do you need?
You can try.
Wait. If we're asking her to cast this herself, that might be dangerous. She's what the Pallid King wants. If it does bounce back or something goes wrong, we literally just made a direct connection to Iluvania.
No, what the Pallid King wants is this realm of existence. Iluvania was just a means to strengthen himself to come here. I don't think his interest in her extends past that. She's already formed more to what she used to be. I think he'd be able to take her powers like he wished. Threat still remains to Wiswick, though. We have no way to know that channeling through anyone will save you as the original caster of the spell. You are what holds the Pallid King back.
Not disputed. I just thought maybe we could be more prepared.
In other manners, yes. But
In what you offer, Wiswick, is fantastic beyond anything we could ever ask for. But the risks to yourself, I don't know if I can endorse that. We've only just got you back. I'm not ready to lose you again.
I appreciate the sentiment. But if you're worried about for the sake of my life, you're in the wrong battle. We've got a lot more
Well
to worry
said.
about. And I know you know that.
Yes. All right.
I'm willing to take the risk, but I won't do it without the approval of you fine folk here. Without you, I might not have even been able to come back. So I see it's just as much you four's decision as mine. Illibrania too.
Well,
I am willing to help. To try.
Yeah, Wiswick raises his hand too. You know, like that's 2 votes for yay.
mm,
You see Kieran's like playing with his fingers, and then he kind of like raises a hand and goes, "When we first met, Wiswick, you told me you control the weaves of magic. I believed you then, and I believe you now. What you say is true, and the power you can give us, it'll turn the fight in our favor."
Illibrania awkwardly.
Mhm.
After she sees the two of you do it.
After the catastrophe at Ultimastra, I thought the fight was lost until I similarly arcaned the aspects of sorcery to help those in need. And I think this may be our best choice too. Sarathil will raise his hand also.
You know I don't like you taking risks, Wiswick. I haven't since day one.
Gotta say, it feels good to have a lot of votes on my side for once.
I know.
But I'd really like that. See that paw go up in the air?
All right.
Come on, you big fluffy bastard.
Just make sure it works. I trust that you will.
I've stood in the way of many decisions before. And while I really don't think it's worth the risk, I'm not going to stand in the way.
You won't regret it.
Kieran does kneel down in front of Wiswick and goes, "But if you're gonna do this," and he looks past Wiswick to Illiuvania and goes, "I don't know if this the blessing of the Crescent Heart on you," he says, giving him a little guidance.
Okay.
Illiuvania looks to Kieran and smiles, and then looks at Wiswick after everyone voted. The voice mod stopped. Oh, there it goes. She just says, "Did we win?"
Yeah, we won. Let's do this thing.
And she rushes over and grabs Wiswick's hands and kind of just like picks him up a little bit.
Kieran's like, "Oh, ah."
Yeah, so you know, Wiswick plays with her for a little while, you know, just keeps her in a like positive mood. Seeing that, you know, clearly she's, you know, not like completely she's got like a childish, you know, whimsical appearance to her, and he's kind of the same way, so he's enjoying it. And he, you know, asks Illiuvania to like kneel down to his height and like holds her hands in his.
And her demeanor is very much like you two are sharing a secret right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm getting at.
Yeah, so you can go ahead and describe the ritual that you perform for this wish spell, and then you can state your statement of what you are wishing for. I will
Did not write anything down.
I will still allow others to channel magic in if they want and assist to help reduce the risk of it backfiring.
Can I help? Terrence is rubbing Wiswick's back.
Sure, join the powwow. We can all get in here. I don't know if it'll do anything, but why not?
Are we just group hugging? Is this?
No, I'm giving him a back massage.
Oh.
So
Channeling 9th level magic.
Wiswick, as he's casting this spell, he looks to Yvanya and says,
Dream of a world where the darkness that chases you is gone. Imagine all those who have been corrupted, your strongest, most devoted followers, purified and cleansed to be truly yours. Imagine yourself free. That's what we want to accomplish here. We want your powers to emanate into this room and create a safe space so that I can channel them to do what needs to be done.
and as he's saying this, he kind of like he's making swooping gestures with his arms, like, and everybody who's
Wait.
watching would see literal
Wiswick, quickly, drink this. And Timber hands you a potion.
okay, I drink it. Oh my god, is it?
It's placebo effect.
Oh good.
It'll help you.
It's fine. I thought you were gonna petrify me and be like, psych.
Timber, what is actually in the potion, just so he knows
It's-
what he's like tasting?
It's a failed healing potion, so like it's not potent, but like it kind of soothing.
Yeah, like it'll get rid of a headache.
Yeah.
But it's not going to heal you.
No.
I mean, I got 3 luck points. We could just pop that up to 4 because of that one.
It gives you +1 on the percentile dice.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll say that. We'll say that,
plus
yeah.
0.01.
Hey, that might get you over.
So yeah, as I'm doing the swooping gesture with my arms, you see like kind of like this aurora borealis of magic appear within my hands, as if my hands are swooping in ways that look like it's stroking the patterns of it, as if, you know, it's a literal, like I'm literally weaving.
Yeah.
And, you know, Ilyavanya's light shines out, and it looks like I'm sort of taking strands with my fingers and tying them into this tapestry of energy that I continually flow through my hands. And after, you know, a good, 30 seconds of showing off, I begin to chant my wish. And as I do it, it looks like I'm writing into the leaves with an invisible pen, and I say,
I wish to create a ward, a magical means to prevent and heal the spread of this rot. It is the antithesis of this energy and will not yield to it in any circumstance. this power is can be taught or granted to those powerful enough to command its guiding light.
Okay. Anything else?
I don't know, guys. Anything else? Did I forget a loophole or something?
Sometimes more is less. Or less is more.
Less is more. Charmin. Yeah, whisper Charmin at the end.
It's not a shopping list.
TP.
I wish for more toilet paper.
My butthole is shaved.
You can use creation for that. It lasts 24 hours.
All
It's
of
like
these words are
perfect.
in the wish.
Oh no!
The poop just
Oh, no.
evaporates.
Yeah, because of the way you added poop into that, it's now just a spell that protects you from the poops. So
No,
you cast it,
that's
and
not
for
a bad
for
thing.
8 hours you don't have to poop.
That
Kind of
Is-
worth it.
Yes.
yeah, without a doubt. That means we don't have to stop in the middle of the battle to
Right. So what we have is I wish to create a ward, a magical means to prevent and heal this rot. It is the antithesis to this energy and will not yield to it in any circumstance. This power can be taught or granted to those powerful enough to command its guiding.
Seems good to me. I mean, it might be like a 12th level spell slot, which would really fuck us all, but that would be if I was making this wish to like a djinn or something like that.
So, would anyone else like to pour a 9th level spell slot into it?
yeah, Curon.
What does it look like when you pour your spell slot into the ritual?
I also
Bad, bro.
imagine, it's just Curon's behind Wiswick and just like channeling and like almost like repeating it in a reverent sort of way, as he's just like, magical sort of way, just channeling in additional divine magic to help in whatever way he can.
I think it would be like you would start casting a spell that's like of 9th level, and as soon as you start doing whatever it was, it just immediately feels like a vacuum, like it's being pulled into Wiswick's sleeve.
All right, so then I'll do a 9th level dispel magic on Wiswick. JK LOL.
Counterspell.
9th level counterspell.
You raised your hand,
Fuck it all
guys.
up. Sarathil, you're doing it as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so the magic of Sarathil and Curano are absorbed into your wish spell. You can go ahead and give me a D100 roll. Choose high or low. You also get 2d10 to either add or subtract from the total from your
What about
allies'
that
9th level
guidance?
spells. Oh yeah, and you have a D4 you
Plus
can add
4.
or subtract to it.
And +1 or -1.
And you also have a +1 or
the
-1
placebo.
from the placebo effect.
All right. Well,
High or
since
low?
we're actually rolling and I'm getting pluses to it, I'm clearly gonna pick high. It's
Pluses
the only way.
or
He said
negatives.
pluses or minus. He said pluses
Yeah,
or minus.
you can add or subtract them.
Okay, I'm still
After
going
you
high.
roll the dice.
Yeah.
Still going up.
Okay.
The D100 first, right?
You 100
Yes.
first.
32.
Okay. It's still possible to make it. So roll a D10.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
Can I use a luck point?
No, not on this roll. You can use it on the re-rolls, like the D10 rolls.
Okay, I'm gonna use it on that D10 roll because a 3 is not that great.
Wait, is it? Do you have to beat a 50%?
Yeah.
Fucked.
What's Ilyuvania gonna do?
Billion Vanya is the only reason that you're not currently a pile of goo.
Okay.
Do it again.
Do it again!
What'd you get on that D10 roll?
I rolled it 3 times,
right.
and I got a 9. So I'll
Okay,
keep
so
the
use
9.
two.
Okay. And
I
you
used
have
2
one-
lucks.
Yeah, 2
you have,
lucks. Yeah.
you have another D10 roll.
Okay.
What are you at with that 9? Is that gets you to
41.
41? Okay.
I'm gonna re-roll it.
God, fuck. What's with
God,
these
what's the
threes?
threes?
10!
Oh!
10, so it gets you to 51, which also gets you to 52 with the 1 point of placebo. And let's just roll the D4 to see where you're at for the final
I'll
count.
take it. I'll take it.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
That's 1.
I used all my luck points.
Okay. You have
Well, you're at 52, so.
you have succeeded with your wish spell without stress due to the support of Ilyuvania and your friends. Prevent you from
Huron's a little stressed.
from having your strength reduced to 3 and having to rest for 2d4 days. And taking 9d10 points of necrotic damage.
Do you want me to roll that?
No, you don't take that. And I would have made you take 37 D10 necrotic damage because there were 3 9th level spells in there.
Oh my
Or
god,
27,
why would
27,
you?
not 37, 27.
You fools!
But you succeeded, so you don't take it. But from the ritual of the spell, where Ilyuvania was knelt before you, you can see in her hands, she opens her hands, and there's this flower that grows in her hand. And it has these lunar white petals. And when the petals open up inside, it actually has berries in there. These, what's Wiswick's favorite gem color?
Amber, like his eyes.
They are amber-colored berries that glitter like gemstones growing out of this flower. And she hands it to you and says, "The spell has worked. And thus this is created. And will grow. More than those who use these fruits in casting of this magic and protect from the pallid rot. Your spell has been created. It has a required component of a berry of the soon-to-be-named flower, which Wiswick you can name it.
We'll just call it for the Netherrock Orchid for now.
Netherrock Orchid. The berries of the Netherrock Orchid can be used as components in a protection from pallid rot spell, which is a 6th level spell that Wiswick you now know innately.
I know
Huron,
Pallid Rot and
no,
the
you know
spell.
no, you know protection from pallid rot.
I am the Pallid King.
Huron,
Okay.
you also know it innately as a servant of Ilyuvania.
Oh.
And Sarathil,
Okay.
you can learn it too.
Oh, thank you.
You were there.
You added a spell slot.
I was
in there.
I was channeling some magic in
Yeah,
there.
the 3 of you automatically now know the 6th level spell.
How many berries are there?
One for each of us.
There is
Oh my god! This whole time, he was just trying to cast good berries.
Oh my god.
Just super
Where's
good
Powerade?
berries.
Where's
you
Powerade?
have actually created super good berries. Each flower, on average, produces nine berries, 9 netherrock orchid berries.
Oh.
And they will propagate. And some might have even already started growing based on the wish spell, because it basically created the flower, and now it grows in certain areas.
Did you say like channeling magic so it makes it grow faster or something, or what?
You have Druidcraft.
I don't.
I don't have Druidcraft.
But I know some people who do.
That's true, you do. Might be a new purpose for the Druidic Order. But you've
What type
succeeded.
of environment does it thrive in, though? Can I choose that, or is that you?
No, you can choose it.
Oh, it's perennial. It lasts forever, and you could grow it anywhere.
Fair. A flower created by a wish spell, I think, would grow anywhere. There is a verbal component to this spell, and it is the word
Love that.
For those who use it, the baseline spell can target up to the what do you call it? Proficiency bonus of the caster. And it lasts for 24 hours.
What level spell is
Six.
the
Six.
sixth? Okay.
6.
Sorry, how many hours?
24.
It lasts for 24 hours?
Yes.
And the purging of the rot is instantaneous.
Correct. If someone is suffering from pallid rot, this spell will immediately cure them of it and protect them from it for 24 hours.
Got it.
And we can target up to our
Proficiency bonus.
which is 6.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tight.
All right. Do we need to get to Varmalcia?
Yes, I think we
Nether-
should.
Nether Rocks. Wiswick, Bilgru, Farlight, Yellen, Jedri, Pedri, Nether Rocks. Section from the Pallid Rot is the full name of the spell.
Damn.
Amazing.
Can't wait to see that next campaign.
We need an acronym.
Yes, Sarathil. Actually, I can bring us back to
Oh,
the manor if you all want to go.
It's time.
I believe it's time.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I have Word of Recall prepared.
So I will
so
be getting this.
Someone else
Teleportation
can
it
do a
is.
teleportation circle. Thank you very much. My apologies. I was not
Again,
thinking.
I will just use teleport.
And bring you to the Wayward Manor.
Mm-hmm.
Sarathil's never seen, right?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was here
I'm-
when we got it.
You're right. You're
Yes.
right. You're right. I keep mixing up when Sarathil showed up with when Talray showed up sometimes.
Yeah, that's
Um,
fair.
But
Remember, I started organizing the library with scrolls
that's
and
true.
stuff.
That's true. Oh my God, you guys check in with 47.
Yep.
Let's
say that. That's my first thing I was gonna do.
47. God damn it.
Okay.
Him and Ash are keeping the house. You know.
Ash
true.
ran away.
Yeah,
for a little while.
I called Ashk up to the north, so
That's right. Yeah. But
Um,
he was, maintaining the house.
Boom.
yes, he was.
Teleport.
Just for convenience sake, can we say we met Fizri and she came with us?
Yes. Yes.
Cool.
Yeah. Fizri is with y'all. So yeah. Exactly what the teleportation spell sounds like. As you're spaghettified again, and then unspaghettified into the basement of the Pallid Manor. Right next to Timber's room, I think. Timber, your room's in the basement, right?
Yep.
Yep.
That's where I met 47.
Yeah, he's hiding in the wall. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
All right, you guys are home. for the first time
Oh.
in several months.
I'd like to take a bath, please.
Yeah, definitely.
Kieran, like,
Pull out the
I'm
old-fashioned
going
Garmalcia
to
music I haven't used in forever.
head to the palace and speak with Prince Robert.
Ooh. Do you want any of us to accompany you?
Of course, please come if you wish.
All right. Yeah.
How big was the library here, Sean?
The library was
Did it have like a decent collection?
it did, yeah. There was a whole room dedicated to it.
Okay, I thought so.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up my. I know that you're not spending a bunch of time here, but I'm just pulling up my actual layout of
The map, yeah.
this. There we go. Wayward 5 Villa. Yeah, you have the basement where you have the summoning room, you have Timber's room, and the storage room. You have the kitchen, the bathhouse, the entrance court, the stables, the gardens, and then you have the top floor, which has your bedrooms, the receiving area / dining room, and you turned one of those bedrooms into a library. So yeah. So I assume Scarlet goes directly to the bathhouse. There's
I'm going with
No water in
Kieran
it.
to.
It's winter. I drained it. Ah, just kidding. I'm just kidding. There's water in it. It's magical. Of course there's water in it. But Ash, you see a note written on the magical interactive device for the bathhouse. It says heat doesn't work.
That's fine. I got my own heat.
Ash broke the hot tub is basically what the note says.
I'll go to the library.
Okay. Fizri is immediately wandering around the house going, wow, this is your place?
Yeah, Wiswick's just giving her the tour, essentially.
And she's blown away by it. It's so big. You can see the sky.
You should see my magnificent mansion. I've got unseen servants that walk around to get you whatever you want.
Wow.
Although
Really
I do
grown up.
have some good clothes here.
And I run upstairs.
I'll be right back. I gotta get dressed. I'm sick of these fake stone things I was using before.
Wiswick, you find all of your old clothes still in the closet of your room.
No need to cast creation anymore.
Mm-hmm. Scarlet, when you are kind of like getting ready, you're heating up the bathhouse, as you would notice, kind of just like a head peek around the corner of the door. You see a moon mask looking in.
Do you need to bath too?
She steps out and you see all of the mud that's caked all over her that she spread across her body to teleport to Sarathil.
You need to bath too. I'll prep one for her too.
Well, it's all one big one. This is a bathhouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are private baths, but it's like a bathhouse, like a Roman bathhouse.
Got it. Okay. Girl time.
You would see she's very hesitant as she almost like kind of like she gets down. She almost like she's always been childlike, but now she's kind of animal like as she's kind of coming towards the water as she then like dips a finger into it. And you can see as she dips a finger into it, you can see the caked mud kind of break off. And you see it kind of she kind of like looks up at you, and it's very creepy because it's just the mask with no emotions on it.
Yep.
So there's
Trying
just
to
this
hide it.
muddy goddess that's just kind of crawling towards you, towards this bathwater.
Mhm. Tell me she cannonballs.
She just slinks right into the water like a snake,
Okay.
and just like kind of almost tumbles forward,
Yeah.
and she's under the water, and you can just see like just the cake of dirt come off into this horrible cloud of mud. The water is now not like before; it was pristine.
Yeah.
And now
it
it's
had all my
burnt-
bubbles
now
and
it's-
shit that I liked in it.
And now it's cloudy, and your bubbles are dirty.
Damn it. Well, then in that case, because Scarlett's very particular about her baths, I will make sure that Ilyuvania spends however much time she wants in there, gets all the mud off, and that the temperature is to her liking, and I'll take my own bath later. So I got blood and shit that I need to get off.
She would like if you don't go in, she'll like look at you oddly, and you see her like cock her head.
I'll just sit on the edge and like put my feet in.
She comes over and takes your hand.
Hey, you sure? Like I can go later. It's fine.
She just starts to pull back and swim backwards, pulling you in. I mean, she doesn't forcibly pull you in, but she starts to lead you in.
Yeah. All right, I'll follow her. It's fine.
As you step into the waters, you see all the dirt and mud begins to glow and dazzle. The waters now are lunar light, and they shine bright. And you can see on the walls, this area starts to grow. Telwood Hama. Helixed fungus grows, and the water then settles to a very dull lunar glow as Ilyuvania has essentially blessed your bathhouse to be a holy water. And you immediately feel all the ache and pain of your muscles disappear. And wounds close and heal faster. The water is untainted by the blood and mud and horror coming up. As you feel the most at peace that you've ever felt. It may recall fond memories when you felt similar, but you feel like the woes of the world are melting away entirely. Similar to how Timber felt when he saw her.
Do I happen to remember 2 certain people that I've forgotten?
No, the Yuvani is not strong enough to take from another god, necessarily. But you may remember the shape of them. Like a dream
This is one.
you just woke up from.
Thank you.
She's just in the corner of the pool with like half her face in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Like the awkward kid at the pool party. As you see from the mouth of the moon mask is a little spring of water shoots out, like she's spitting water out.
I'll do the same thing.
And then she dips under the water entirely. The rest of you, Sarathil's in the library. Kieran, you're heading towards the palace. And Timber, what are you doing?
I'm with Kieran.
Okay. All right, Sarathil, is there anything in particular you're looking for in the
There's something I
library?
wanted to yes, and to do.
Okay.
To one, refresh my memory. I know I asked this before, and I think I remember. The afterlife of Gwyn and elves, its whole hard depends on, I guess, like what aspect of, I guess, like the hells?
Not the hells, no.
Or
no,
not the hells. Oh, I'm sorry.
The
what realms?
conservator gods. that
The
they worship.
conservators, that's what it was.
Yeah. So some of them might end up in hell if they worship Ro. Because broadly speaking, most of the people in the world don't know that Ro and Zendariel are demons. They think they are just regular gods. So like if they worship.
Zendario is a conservator, right?
Correct. So Zendario's viewed as the leader of the conservators, who inherited the
Okay.
role from.
And
Adrian.
most Gwyn go to Zendario.
Yes, most Gwyn go to Zendario. Some go to the others, and then a sizable portion, but a lot less than they used to be, go to Adra, the Spear Maiden, Lawmaster, which would really be them showing up in the empty halls of Elysia. Elysia, not Elysia.
Okay. I suppose I would know where Hypatia's soul went. Right?
Yeah, you would probably know what if a particular Gwyn was not super devout and religious, they most likely either went to Adra or to Zendario. Adra being the Spear Maiden. She's a remnant god. She is, for your purposes and your knowledge of the grander world, it's Hadria.
Okay. Okay. So, what? So I guess should you decide or I decide which realm she's in?
I would imagine that you and Hypatia, based on your backgrounds, would be more inclined towards Adra, because she was more of a Zendario was like if you're like a religious person, like that was the church basically of the empire. Adra is more along the lines of scholastic and scholarly, and more knowledge-based individuals may have been more inclined to give their offerings to Adra, because in the old Gwyn Empire, the main day-to-day religion was offerings, just offerings for guidance and good omen from conservators. And then and of course festivals. But
so grabbing whatever scrolls or books on Adra's realm or planes just for Sarathil to remember some stuff that he may have forgotten and doing some research there. Sarathil, I'd like to take out the gold-plated skull that I have of Hypatia and summon her before me.
Absolutely.
Yes. So I imagine I'm sitting there through my notes. I'm doing whatever the ritual I typically do. And it's not animated, it's... Where is it? Summon Undead. She appears before me, and how I picture it is that she shows up and follows orders or commands that I may have, but it's not like I can't talk. Yeah. Well, I can't. She can't talk to me, but I could talk to them.
Her. Yeah,
and I would say we're now at the end game of the fight. Our whole mission, everything that we started for at the beginning, is coming to this point. Being not from here, there's few allies I can call upon. But those on the journey, we have called upon plenty. I wish I could see or know more about your life beyond this realm. But if there's anything at all that you can ask or make aware of Adra or in that plane to help us in this fight. Because if we fail here, surely they'll be next. All the other planes are in danger of this Pallid King. I'm sure the conservators and all the aspects and leaders of the other realms are aware, but I know that the fight, the largest one that we can muster, will be here on the material plane. So please see if there's anything that maybe they could provide, or any information.
You see Hypatia, who by the very nature of her returning to you, is always there's innate sadness to her face at coming back to this world. But she, in her spectral form, just reach down and offers a weak smile and just cups your cheek before not just nodding to you in an understanding.
I know it's too much for me to ask for all this. I keep asking you to come back beyond death. But I'm at a loss. I'm desperate.
She kind of hovers around you now and just sort of spectrally, as best she can, embraces you, and you can feel, in a weird way, the necrotic warmth of her essence comforting you, and almost in a way, though she can't talk to you, sending a sense of understanding to you.
Yeah.
And whoa, she weeps for you in the circumstances of your life.
And thinking how we all, like, whenever we probably end up being reunited, even like in death or so, being even more saddened because I don't know if she knows, but I know what happens when I die. But then saying, I hope to hear again from you in some way. As I kind of let her go and end the spell.
And her essence fades as she gives you even though she can't really manipulate you, she lowers your head and kisses you on the top of your head, Galadriel style, as her essence fades back to wherever she is.
Okay. And after the proper amount of sadness, even maybe some tears kind of rolling down Sarathil's face, he'll muster himself together and continue to just be in the library. And this can happen while everybody else does their stuff. For the remainder of the time that we will be in this mansion, collecting information about Athermenos in that plane and the cyclopomps as possible before we go.
Absolutely. But actually say that what's probably most interesting to you is you actually find some musings that Ashk wrote. He had a lot of time on his own here, and there's not a lot of knowledge innately in most libraries about Athermenos. But Ashk, being kind of a full of himself, pompous, and alone, began to muse of, well, I suppose I should write my story then. And just started to write about Athermenos a bit, because he is of Athermenos originally.
Okay, then that's perfect.
Yeah. I'll say also a little bit of, because you want to grab some other stuff as well from about Elysia, the plane of Adra. I'll give you a little bit about that. The stories say that Elysia, or Elysium, is a city aloft a great tree, similar to the Feywild, except born of celestial light. A great tree of Magmel that holds both Elysium up, but also the world. And you would understand that those references to the twin pillar theory of existence, where the Feywild and Elysium hold up the other realms. You can view the world as currently being fully off balance in the way that the Feywild is completely corrupted and Elysium is nearly empty. Because Elysium, while bearing souls, there are only two gods of Elysium left. Adra, the Spear Maiden, who is said to have left Elysia to grieve over the fate of her brother. She's also permanently weakened because of the weakening of Hadric, because they are magically bound twins, where whatever affects one affects the other. And the other god left is Tuatha, who is said to have no like grip on reality left. The Morrisier conflict shredded his mind, and he wanders the halls muttering, basically, of this holy Valhalla-esque city on the boughs of this great radiant tree. Below the city are said to be endless fields, where the villages of the lost, or not lost, but souls that are there live now.
Okay.
Ash has been musing about a figure that you've heard of before called the Mother. And musing about the hardening of her soul, basically. The way that she has grown cold over the years. And in the early days of his godhood, she was this warm aspect of creation who adored the dreams of mortals. And her adoration of those dreams caused her to create. And as Ash grew more powerful, as it got the aspect of nightmares, her positivity ran out, one might say. And she began to see the world in more black and white, cold, objective terms. And she no longer adored in watching memories and dreams as she once did. And more so resigned herself to, truthfully, the organization of dreams. Memories. The ultimate library, the final library. Athramenos. Okay. And that is what the purpose of the Psychopomps is to collect the memories of dead souls, bring them back to Athramenos. To tell and to etch their stories into eternity. The inherent manifestation aspect of Athramenos is a creation manifestation. The dreams of mortals create things. They are born of Athramenos and find their place in the cosmos. It is the source of cosmic power that allows anything to be created. If you cast a spell that creates something, it is using the forces of Athramenos. If you cast a spell to destroy something, it is using the forces of Athramenos. If you are manipulating memories, it is using the forces of Athramenos. If you twist a soul, it is using the forces of Athramenos. Hence, Curon, Varys, and your fate. And the greatest enemy of Athramenos is the Scaithfulim, the dreadlords of the Shadowfell. Because they eat memories, they eat souls. And it's kind of the gist that you get from Ash's notes. Other than some rather pompous recanting of small stories of his time on the mortal plane and his exploits as a god of nightmares and manipulations. Some personal stories that you get very bored with when you read into them, or might be just, too lewd for you to read because he's a weirdo. You find a little bit of Ash's smut that he was writing.
Oh, good.
And a small portion on what is the experience of a chained god, chained in the far realm. The burning, ever burning sun, the blistering of skin, the constant strange creatures that come to devour parts of you that regenerate by the morning. And the endless lack of sleep, disconnection from dreams, memories. The slow withering, but always regrowth.
Okay. Not all good there then.
Curon and Timber, you ascend the steps and cross the bridges to lead to the palace, where Prince Robert will most likely be with the Duke.
As we're walking, I just don't understand. It seems like she doesn't want to open up to me at all. I mean, I've lived in service to her for centuries, and she flocks to you, to Wiswick, by the nine, even to Scarlet, of all people.
Kiran, she will open to you most of all after she sees everything that you poured into her. Just give her some time. She's like a child. She doesn't understand or appreciate her parents. You know.
I am no parent to her.
I know, but my analogy is
bad.
Trying to be there, and it's bad. I know, but
it's bad. No, it's really you're not helping. Kieran says as he just like marches forward a little bit in a huff. Just like I don't know why. It's hard. Life. Prince Robert.
Yes, you can easily arrive at the palace and ask for Prince Robert, and the soldiers there would lead you to wherever he is. You would ascend some steps into a tower, where at the top of the spiral steps there will be a door where the guard knocks. You can see this is like some kind of place that the Duke has given to Prince Robert to be closer, so he doesn't have to walk all the way from the villa to the palace, and can give him advice.
Poor man.
But also gives him access to the barracks here in order to command the armies here. As you can see, as you walk in, Prince Robert is sitting there behind a big desk, where you can see several important-looking people all sitting around him. As you seem to have interrupted some kind of meeting, but you have been given insane privileges by the Duke before you left, of being able to basically go wherever you want in Vermalcia. And you hear these generals, most likely, and other diplomats of Vermalcia and Untduras, as you see one of them is just looking at Robert and saying, "We need to manipulate their weakness of losing Zverwold and Sivia. I know this cult might be a problem in the future, but they're a boon to us now. The army is coming. We need to take every advantage we can before they attack." And you see Prince Robert is just rubbing his forehead, and you can see he was already aged by his resurrection of Curon before, but he looks even older now, as that beard has grown out and is covered in gray hairs and he's covered in wrinkles as he looks and says, "We cannot trade cults in this war. In those lands, they need to be brought into the fold, and their freedom needs to come from their own people's desires, not this misguided cult." And he'll look up and see you, Curon, and his eyes will light up.
Hello.
All of these high-powered generals all just look at you at once, as they then look at Robert like... And then you see some of them... Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Kieran just goes, "Alicia is on our side."
You see one of the generals looks to Robert and says, "In the war against the Quintarchy, we have new allies?"
Oh, no, we're going to end the war.
End the war?
Robert, do you,
Kieran. And
Robert,
then
what
Timber
is
just
this?
Timber just like
And
whispers to Kieran's ears, like, they have their own war going on too.
And then you see this.
and
this
we're going
utter-
to end it by stopping this terrible miscommunication between two brothers.
You see Prince Robert looks at you, and he does smile. He's very happy to see the two of you. And he looks at these generals and says, I'm sorry, sirs and madam, but we need to end this meeting early. Go and see to your soldiers. See to the walls. See to the ditches being dug. We'll meet tomorrow. Finalize our plans. But I must speak with an old friend. You all know who this is, don't you? Huron, Islastana, and Timber,
Hello.
the Wayward Five. Done much for our city.
We took care of that little mass murderer, the serial killer, that with the blood eagles.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Brom.
Also, Kinsley is dead, partially because of us.
Kinsley's dead, the same general says.
Yep.
You haven't heard.
You see Robert looks at you, very surprised.
Did I not cast Ascending to you? Oh, I was just looking through my notebook and realized I had neglected that.
That intelligence has not reached us here in the town.
Well, we have much to discuss. Your generals can stay if they'd like, but I feel like there's some more personal matters that we need to talk about.
Okay, yes, please. I will call you all back when we can speak further. I must see to Huron's questions. And the generals do leave. You can see some of them are a little pissy, but they do kind of just walk past you and each kind of stare you both in the eyes. Not like trying to intimidate you, but just like more like a what the fuck, man. Looking at you.
Huron is like almost apologetic. He's like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't. If I had known, I wouldn't have come in. Don't worry, we won't be very long. We're just gonna quick trip to Caerdolen and back." So it's gonna be.
You see the last general does kind of like give you a tap on the shoulder, and he goes, "It's okay, it's okay."
Thank you.
And you
friend.
hear as they close the door, and you can hear them all walking down the stairs, and you might hear like one of them be like, "Who the fuck was that?"
Huron, my name's Huron. It's okay. Robert.
Robert does stand up immediately and goes in and gives you both a hug, and firm handshake. When I heard from you the other day, I did not expect to see you. Truthfully, I didn't expect to see you ever again. Knowing your ways.
I believe we agreed on no martyrdom, and I have worked very hard. Well, I guess I did technically die once, but otherwise I've worked very hard not to follow that path of...
Well, I am very proud of you. I did not expect you to that oath. But how
Oath
did
taken is an oath that you have to keep.
How goes the war?
Not well. Northern Untduras is in the hands of Oxland. There's an army maybe a few days north of here. The plans on sacking Vermosia right as the new summer begins. Next month. Hold us out. All our food stores are all low for the farming season, and burn our fields and end the war on their terms. So not good. City is overwhelmed with refugees. We're trying to move them out into the Gwyn Empire.
Sorry, your people have faced such hardships.
Yes. Well, the worst thing is that it is kin against kin. No
Yes.
matter our
Speaking of
differences
kin,
with Oxlin, they are still it is my home.
yes,
So go on.
your home, where you are the rightful ruler. Now, Robert, I know we've spoken about this before, and you were hesitant to pursue it, but it's time. The Pallid King, I'm sure, seen. Kieran says, gesturing out the window, if there is one, to the skies. The skies have cracked. The Pallid King is breaking through. We have but 3 days left before his assault, and it won't matter your war with Oxland, as I've said time and time again. It'll be the end of all things if we don't stop him. It'll be our realm first, and then the Hells or Elysium, and every other god's realm, from the elemental planes. Kassari. It's time we have a peace conference of sorts.
Kinsley is dead and not pushing this war anymore. What is keeping Henry's eye to the south?
I'm not confident in my answer, but we've learned of an individual who goes by Thatcher. Does he have a first name? Doesn't matter. Who has been masquerading as a new...
You did tell me about this individual a long
Yes.
time ago. His first
Yes,
name
of
was
course.
Adwolf.
Yes, Edwulf Thatcher, thank you. He's been masquerading as a new favored advisor to King Heinrich, your younger brother. And I believe it is through him that this push for the war has continued, though I cannot be certain. There were, of course, others in Kinsley's camp who wished to see Oxland's borders pushed further south. But we have a trump card. We have you, Robert, rightful heir of the Oxland throne, thought to be lost in the Battle of the... correct me if I'm wrong, what was it, the Bloody Arches? The...
Bleeding
Bleaching, excuse me.
Bleeding.
Bleeding.
Bright Shores.
Bright Shores, yes, of Byzantium. You were thought to be
Byzantium.
lost. What did I say?
Byzantium.
Yes, you know, like the historical, the real place.
Excuse me, but it is a real place. I've been there.
My apologies, sir. My apologies.
It's Istanbul now. Let's get it right.
Byzantium. If there was ever a way to end this conflict quickly and without further bloodshed, it would be for you and your brother to come to terms. Now, I have, get this, a fantastic little party of adventurers who can get us there. We can make our way instantly, yes. Whether it's through a quick teleportation or I've already thought it through, we can go through Kinsley's Manor. We've got options. We can get you to the king's throne. And you, your brother, your blood kin can share words and finally come to a proper understanding.
I haven't seen Henry since he was a boy.
And whose fault is that?
You're right.
I don't mean to be curt with you, but time is of the essence. We need all the allies we can get.
The world is literally at stake.
The people won't understand, but you, Heinrich, those in power can at least have an understanding of what's coming.
What are you to lose?
I suppose I have nothing left. There's no bright future. What you say comes to pass. When would we do this?
Time is of the essence. The sooner the better. I believe we had some small bits of business with an apothecary potion shop.
What's to stop the... Where will we even teleport in there? How close can we get?
Depending on what defenses King Heinrich has up, we could get into the throne room, potentially. Or at least we can get to... what's his name? Kinsley's teleportation circle.
Heinrich's... the palace would be... If in waging a war against a magical empire, the palace would have wards.
Or I guess, technically, Wiswick could also bring us to Calara's Manor and get us there. We have a number of ways to get there. Once we're there, if we start shouting that you're Prince Robert, they may subdue us, but I believe they will bring us to your brother.
Oh, well, if you can get me in there. Even if we can't get to the palace, I know a few tricks in that city still.
There you go.
I suppose you can't run from your past forever.
Certainly try.
Oh, when I tried.
I know. I'm sorry to force this upon you, Robert, but I hope you know I would not. The circumstance was different. It's cause I said, the world hangs in the balance.
Well, fair enough. You say the word and I will follow you.
Okay, well, come on. We're gonna go now.
Now?
We're going to know
Yeah.
right now.
No time like the present. Yes.
Let me just write a few edicts to...
You don't need to. I'm sure. By the way, where's Cal? Is he okay?
Cal has been training with his old master.
Oh, fantastic.
He is a bit different than the last time you saw him. Harrier.
Also. Oh.
And he looks at you. Timber.
Can the
I have a
curse of
situation.
Lou be transferred like that?
I didn't know. I got to talk to him about that.
The wounds have healed completely.
That's good.
Finally. There was a marked change at a certain point.
That's probably when you and Lou came to your understanding.
You are friends with the demon now.
Yes. Yeah. No. Lou and I.
One that killed so many. Okay.
We.
And ate my arm.
We're not going to bring these up right now. Okay.
Yep.
Good
okay.
terms.
All right. A lot of things have happened. Okay.
Speaking of demons, one of Zendariel's seneschals joined us for a bit. I was dead at this time under Queen Ayla's command, but he was with them. And then we had a
Maybe
few
we should just go to
interesting-
Caerdolen.
Yes,
We
of
should
course.
go right now. We'll talk on the way.
So we gather Prince Robert and head back to the Wayward Manor and maybe
say, "Hey,
make
we're
a
gonna
quick
teleport."
stop for Kaze to get some potion material if he wants
okay.
it.
Yep. Got them all. Look like that.
Okay.
Oh, stay a while. Listen.
Don't got time, old man.
Oh, there he goes out the door. All right, well, back to my studies. By the way, in Vermosia, like generally just like description of everything, like there's that dripping chorus of spring in the air as the snow is melting. As this far down south, the warmer weather is starting to come. Like the sun, the eclipsed sun is like it's not an eclipse anymore. It's nearly no longer eclipsed.
Also, can we stop by the cathedral?
You'd like to stop by the cathedral
I
of the
would like.
Everflame?
Yeah. And Kieran is going to march in, Kaze and Prince Robert in tow. Just goes, it'll just be a moment.
What are we doing here? I thought this was urgent. We needed to go.
Yes. Well, urgency is key when... I don't know. I was trying to think of something clever to say. There's an artifact here I think we might want.
Oh, why didn't you just say so?
I don't think the priest will...
Excuse me, can someone please... no, I think I know where it is. And Kieran is going to march into the back towards the Staff of Ein.
You hear, like, the entire... like you just hear, like, people, like, what the fuck is going on? As you just march in, you can see some of the, oh my god, I cannot remember what I called the priests of Everflame. The priests come, like, rushing up, and you see, Kieran, you see that exact same grace. That's what they were called.
Yes.
You see that exact same grace from last time. Look at you and just go, "What do you think you're doing here? I remember you.
Yes,
snooping around the artifacts."
I wasn't snooping. I was looking and thinking which ones would best be used outside of the confinement here. Really, it's just, honestly, the hubris you show, or the lack of hubris, I forget. I'm a little rushed right now.
It's
Anyways, yes. I am on direct orders from Zendariel. The world is ending. The Pallid King comes. The Wayward One's last plans. The world is ending in 3 days' time.
Somebody get this madman out of our cathedral! And you see several priests just are slowly coming up to you.
Kieran at this takes the scepter of the first shepherd and just hefts it over his shoulder and goes, "I would ask you freely give me the Staff of Ein. I'll be honest, I'm not quite sure what it's capable of, but we will need its powers in the coming fight."
This whole time, Timber's sneaking in the back and trying to look for the staff.
Yeah. You see, as you do this and Timber is sneaking, you see Prince Robert comes and stands in front of you, Kieran. And he kind of looks back at you, and you're in full Hulk mode basically with the scepter, and he's looking at you like, "Gotten bigger."
It's the scepter.
Graces. We are working under the authority of Duke. And for purposes of the protection of Vermosia, we require to study the Staff of Ein and other artifacts that you possess. This is direct orders from the Duke and the Presidium and the Gwyn Empire and me.
He's a paladin, Daryl, resurrected me after I died.
Kieran,
I
think you've contributed enough to our convincing.
Fair.
And that's a natural 20 for Robert to convince them to listen to him. He had his other roll was a 4, so it's the advantage he got from Kieran's intimidation there. I saved you the charisma roll because I know that.
Yes, I'm bad.
They're bad at them.
I'm bad at them. There are certain things Kieran is not good at. Charisma is one of them.
Yeah, and I imagine as these priests step back and step down, it's that exact same time that Timber is up at the top of the altar where the staff is, near the statue of Ein, and just ching, pulls it out of the what's holding it, and it's just holding it up in the air. Alex and Mike would recognize this staff from our home game. This was the staff that Fezzik had for a while. The staff of the seasons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Planted.
Yeah, it's just a giant plant.
you all have the staff of Eye and the staff of the seasons. If you go all the way to Aldalore, it'll solve a neat puzzle.
Yep.
But Timber, as you bring it down, you can notice that it is a shepherd's crook, and it has these dead vines and branches all over it that you can start to see little tiny buds growing on, and there's like this. It's slick with ice that's also melting, as the staff is reflecting the current season of the place it's in. End of winter and start of spring. But you have it. You have the Staff of Vine.
Fantastic. I don't know if this will actually help, but thank you so much, Graces. You've been fantastic. By the way, your deity is part demon. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Blasphemy!
She's very nice.
Goodbye.
But she rules the tabernacle of
Huron, leave!
blood. It's literally blood.
As you see, he, like Prince Robert grabs the back of your cloak and starts pushing you forward. They're not ready for that. This is not the Gwyn Empire.
Well, really, they should stop false worship. It's not helping anyone, and quite frankly, it's rude of Zendariel to let them keep going on this way.
As he says false worships, I look down at my beads that I was still carrying around.
The Wayward Five.
Beads.
Bunch of freaking criminals.
You've been hit by. You've been struck by.
Beads.
But you have
Wayward
another
criminal.
Artifact on your hands through sheer force and the authority of Prince Robert. It's really what got that, other than you guys beating the shit out of a bunch of monks while stealing it.
By the way, any chance you know of a place where we can get robes of the Archmagi?
You can check in the
You're on
auction house.
No, I don't feel like buying it. I just want it. I'm level 17, Prince Robert. Don't you understand that?
Huron is still stunning. You just took one of the oldest artifacts in the Temple of the Everflame for no cost to you. You are about to seize the armies, potentially, of your allies here in the south. What robes of Archmagi? What even...
For Sarathil, you know, the undead guy. He's a little underpowered compared to the rest of us with our magic items. I don't want to say anything.
The last time I saw, he had 2 legendary items.
2 legendary items.
Yeah, sounds surprised, doesn't? Oh yeah, he does. He's got the mastery and the diadem of Athermenos. Well, still, neither one of those raises his spell DC.
Oh,
Wait, I don't have any legendary items.
This is how the Wayward 5 actually ends, in fighting about item
Wait a minute.
dispersal.
Wait
I
a
never
minute.
got this.
I want that magic item. All right. We get back. Ilivana doesn't talk to me because I'm a spoiled little shit.
All right, we got to...
Also,
Master.
the diadem of Athermenos is a +1 spell focus.
+1. Shh. All right, that's not bad. All right, never mind.
I would say while they were gone, Wiswick just dropped off a few gift baskets at people's rooms. In Scarlet's, it's just gonna be 2 of those fruits, one for her and one for Thatcher, and a little note that says
Aw.
it came a little late, but we figured it out. One for Timber, and say this is for Lou. Use it to cleanse the Feywild once this is all over. And then 2 for like everybody, like basically everybody else gets one, but they don't get cool notes.
I don't get a cool note.
Sweet.
I couldn't think of anything that was on what'd call it theme.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
All right, everybody, come down to the kitchen. No, we don't meet in the kitchen. The dining room. The dining room.
You know, I did a lot of work in the gardens. We could go there and appreciate some of that.
Okay, let's do that. I didn't see these benches you put here. This is quite nice.
I actually didn't do that. I think that was Ashk.
Oh.
I've never
For-
actually
47.
visited your villa.
47.
That's not true. You came here and brought wine. How dare you forget that fun?
We did
And I
have-
scolded
we did have
you.
dinner.
And I scolded you for
Yeah.
not going
Oh,
back.
that's-
to
that's
your
starting to
fun
town.
remember.
adventure.
I'm starting to remember all the scoldings that you gave me, Huron.
Yes.
I do really like this.
Geas too.
Oh yeah, that's ancient history. Don't worry about it, Timber. I really do like this huge fountain that I made way back. But I mean, it would be cool if I just like threw a water slide in there or something.
I'm
What do you guys
but
think?
were we on a tight schedule to save
Yes.
the world?
We have a
Yes.
pool party once we're done. That sounds like a lot of fun.
As you
I would
see
bring a lot of
Huron, you see Scarlet and Ilyuvania walking out of the bathhouses just with like towels from their pool party they just had.
Yes. We really must get to Caerdolen. Mighty wizards of the arcane arts, if one of you could please
Bamf
Teleport us?
there, I think
Sure.
the acronym is.
to
I was
Caerdolen.
going to offer, but I just got the weird suspicion that you were dissing me in some regard.
Not
Behind my back.
dissing.
I'm picking up some bad
I was
vibes.
looking at some bad vibes.
I thought you might be a little ill prepared for the coming combat and wanted you to be stronger. Wanted you to be better than you are now. Through magical enhancements. I am part of the Species Plus movement. I think that we should all augment our
Oh, of
bodies.
course. Yes, well, I will.
Alright, we're getting a little too silly. Can we please teleport to Caerdolen?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I cast teleport on the whole lot.
Thank you so much.
Wait, can we hold on? Caerdolen, we don't have a circle there, do we?
We've got.
You have
Kinsley's
one at
birthday.
Calra's, and
right,
we have
that's
one at
the only one I can
Kinsley's.
think of. We have one at
Which
Kinsley's?
one do you want to go to?
Yes.
I would like to go to
Yes.
Calra's, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, Calras it is then, because
Okay.
I know the circle from your notes.
Right. Okay.
You could definitely go there.
I imagine I sent a sending, like, at least giving her 15 minutes warning. Like, we're not just showing up, right?
Well, she doesn't live there anymore.
Yeah, she told you she left.
Alright, well then, I give her 15 minutes warning from when we cast the spell anyway, just so she knows we're on our way.
Okay. You would arrive in the study chambers that you know of, that you know the circle is in. The place is completely empty and dark. The workshop has been worked over many times by Kinsley's goons. That's why she left here, is because they just kept getting threats and weird shit thrown through her windows, and as soon as she left, they just tore the place apart.
Let me scout ahead. I'll let you guys follow. So I'm just gonna lead ahead and let them know coast is clear, yada yada. I'm gonna go invisible.
Give me a perception check.
Go invisible and be a sneaky boy. Cast pass without a trace.
Got it, boss.
But for that perception check that you so kindly asked for, that would be a 16. With the guidance of Kiron, though,
No, you don't get any guidance. I'm
that would
jealous.
be a 16.
It doesn't take you long to wander in here before you hear like a someone is sifting through stuff here.
Get up really close to them. I give the pause. Well, somehow, I guess I may. Yep, I mage hand and tap Kiran to hold back.
Yeah, it's basically you guys are in the workshop, and Timber, you hear this noise coming from the library.
And I just float around until I find whoever's making this noise.
Give me a stealth check.
Oh, you got it, boss. Do I have advantage because I'm invisible too?
Yes, you do.
Cool. That's a 33.
What is it, 33?
Si, senor.
Okay. You would see someone, you would come around the corner, looking into the library through broken open doors that have been ripped apart. And there would be kind of just like one pale beam of sunlight coming into this area from the broken rooftop of these huge, tall library of books in kind of like an octagon shape, this room, with pillars between the bookshelves that lead up to a dome that has a huge cracked hole in it that bleeds this light in. As you would see someone in plate armor, deep red hood on, deep red tabard with the pointed stars, the old Gwyn Empire, rusted armor. You would recognize this is the person who you saw a long time ago underneath. Oh my god, I forgot the name of my own places.
Leakehold.
Holy shit, what is the name of that fortress?
West March.
Drift
Drift March.
Drift March.
Yep.
Yeah. The Drift March.
They're
You would see.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Yeah, you would see the man wearing the old Curious Re armor sifting through Calor's books.
It's armor that I would recognize too, right?
You would immediately recognize this as the old world armor that is not. The Gwyn Empire had its own version of this, but this is even older than your empire. This is, for Mike's knowledge, this is Kieran Dominion armor.
Oh, Jesus.
Is this the armor that I saw?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Scarlet, you would immediately know this is Edmund Hollingsworth.
Yep. Although Timber's the only one seeing, right?
Timber's the only one seeing this, so yeah.
Yeah.
If you were to eventually see this, you would know this is Edmund Hollingsworth.
Okay.
Timber is gonna just assume this is a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Quick assessment of this enemy. Does Timber think he could knock him out?
I would say even without a roll, it's a 50-50 on that, because it's you're not sure. You know he's a wizard right away, because you also know what this armor is, because you're the one who found it in Kinsley's basement.
Right.
But you're uncertain how strong he is, because it's also been a long time. You were a lot weaker last time you all saw him.
Right.
So, hard to say.
Risk taker. All right, we're feeling risky today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked the
All
last
right.
time.
It worked the last time. I'm going to since he does not aware of my presence, I'm actually not going to take any risks.
Okay.
Fun fact. I am going to walk back to, or 65 movement back to Kiran and just say there's a mage with the old armor on and going to try to swiftly take him out. I'm going to cast silence on him, and then I'm going to knock him out. Please follow up in 10 seconds.
Okay.
And I'm going to go do that.
Okay. Tell me the order of which you do this.
I am going to cast silence and then enter his space.
Silence, is that's a ranged area, like an area of effect you place, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and you imagine you do it. How close are you when you cast that? You cast that and then enter the room.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Timber, you cast silence, which I imagine is essentially this kind of just like invisible cloud that forms of darkness that eats up all the noise. He immediately looks up and around the room. As you can see, the visor is glowing. And he immediately notices your spell. And closes the book and puts it in his bag and turns and starts to look around. What do you do?
I try my best to get around where he's not looking and enter his space to grab him from behind, or attack him from behind, really.
You start to walk into the room, Timber, and you begin to move, and then everything stops. All of you outside, everything stops. The only person it doesn't stop for, because he's broken and unstuck from time, is Sarathil, as Hollingsworth just cast Time Stop.
Yeah.
Sarathil, you know...
What am I seeing right now?
Basically, Sarathil, I imagine you looked around, everyone's sneaking, you know you're not good at this, so you kind of are just in the back and looking around.
Wait.
When you look back... Go ahead.
Time stop is a verbal component. That's why I cast silence.
You're right.
Oh.
I mean, what I'm going to say is he can see your silence area, and he can easily walk out of it. He has auto detect magic on his visor.
Okay.
What's the radius of silence?
Like 30 feet, is it? I don't know.
It's something
I'm
large.
guessing.
I think it's 20 feet.
So what I'll do is I will give you the opportunity to do something before he casts Time Stop, because he would have to move out of your silence to cast it.
Right. So my initial plan was to cast silence and then immediately enter the area.
Mm-hmm.
So and then use a bonus action to unarmed strike him.
Yeah. So basically, it's the kind of thing where your ship's at the night right now. He's walking through the silence to get to the entrance of the library to step out of it because it's taking up most of the library.
Correct.
And you're kind of right there, invisible, as he's looking around.
I feel like my 65 movement versus his 30 feet of movement to move out would.
No, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I'm just now considering something else, though. Timber, roll initiative.
Okay. 19.
So your invisibility, is that you using key points to cast invisibility on yourself, or is it a invisibility of a feature?
It's just a feature that I just
Okay.
can have
Okay.
invisibility on.
Okay. All right, go ahead and go for your attack on him. With advantage.
Okay. That is a 28.
That'll hit. So Timber, I'm gonna say you're walking towards each other, and as soon as you're right on top of each other and you're about to go for the attack, he does look directly at you because even though your invisibility is not a spell, it's still magical, and he can see that you're an illusory presence there. But he rolled really low on his initiative. He rolled a nat 1. So go ahead and give me that. You're still invisible, so I'm going to still give you that advantage on the attack. It does hit. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. That is 14, and I'm going to use a stunning strike.
Excellent. Stunning strike. Natural 1. He's stunned.
Whew.
Yeah, that was his optimal success pattern there. Other than him actually seeing you, you go up and you can see he's about to cast a spell, and you get him. Although I'm pretty sure all of his spells have a verbal component, so he wouldn't have been able to cast anything until he got out of here anyway. Except for counterspell. I think is his only non-verbal. Yeah. Well, yeah. Because everything is verbal. That's why it sucks to be a wild magic sorcerer when you get the bubbles. So yeah, you see he turns, he looks at you, he begins to do somatic spell casting, and you just get him like right in the right spot, and you see his body just tense up, and he is stunned. What do you want to do?
Quickly just darting out of the silence bubble, yelling, "I need help!" and running back in.
All right, everyone can run in, and you got a whole round on him, so go for it.
Kieran is going to cast Geas.
Yesh.
Yesh.
Ish.
I don't know if you want us to do
Up to you.
initiative, but that's what Kieran's going to do on his turn. So
Okay.
Let's
Well, I guess
roll.
let's do
It's
initiative
fun.
then. Yeah, let's do a quick initiative. Timber, what was your initiative again?
With the 19.
20 to 25?
21.
15 to 19?
17.
Uh, 10 to 15?
13.
Oh, Kira.
Is Kieran frozen?
No.
Oh, no.
nope, I'm just disappointed.
You're so still.
Yeah, I have initiative on advantage, on every initiative roll.
Mm-hmm.
Never does anything for me.
What'd you get?
6.
Okay, well, at least you're higher than him.
Oh, yeah. Great.
And everyone else goes before you.
Yeah, so they all kill him, and Kieran's like, wait, no, I was... Okay.
Wiswick, you're up first. Timber, then Scarlet, then Sarathil, then Kieran.
Well, I use my ability that lets me cast any spell I want, and I cast Gia.
That's good.
So you rush into the room and you see this battle mage is stuck in a stunned position in like 15 feet into the room.
Okay, 8th level dominate monster, please. I'm gonna
Dominate person.
It's dominate
Isn't it the same?
monster is the name of the spell. It's beguile a creature. As long as he's a
Okay.
creature,
Cool,
we're
cool,
good.
cool. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cast it at a higher level. I can do 8 hours. Yeah, we'll make it a 9th level spell slot.
Didn't you just use a 9th level spell slot to cast Wish?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
This is the same day. This is the same day.
Yes, but I can burn a bunch of gemstones and get that spell slot back.
Okay.
Okay.
Use your power of the deep gnomes. I'm here
The
for
deepest
it.
of the gnomes.
Sean's like, what have I done?
Yeah, he really
Wait,
fucked up.
there's not a transfer to spells in there?
Yeah. If I have 20, I have 20, which is the maximum number of gems that I can hold. There's a third, I think it's the one before the final one, says, expend.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I did.
Hell yeah, brother.
You have to use.
Could have preemptively
So
done it.
you
So
have to use. The thing is that you have to use 4 active charges on you, and then use Noldori gemstones to
Right, so I
activate
would
that.
spend 4 Nodori gemstones to get
Okay.
active charges, then an extra 9
Uh-huh.
that puts me at 13, and then
Uh-huh.
I use 5 to double my gemstones, bringing me back up to 20.
Yeah, we're gonna have to change that. In my
I
heart,
knew it was stupid.
in my heart, I knew the double your Noldori gemstone count thing could be rigged pretty easily.
Was silly.
But I never really thought about it. This is also why I should have done what I planned to do, which was say that all the Noldori gemstones disappear at dawn the next day.
Also very plausible. But it would also make it very hard to duplicate. I think that
It's extraordinarily easy to duplicate now.
well, the thing is, if you did it at the end of every day, they disappear. I would have to spend essentially all my spell slots in order to just start duplicating them. If you made it something where it's like I can't recover charges or spell slots that are
we'll talk about the balancing
we'll figure this out.
afterward.
Yeah, we'll balance this after before the last 3 episodes. Okay, it's fine. For now, I'll let you have that 9th level spell slot.
Oh, thanks. I would have casted it at 8th level, and you'd only be under my control for an hour. I mean, that's fair for me.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay. Yeah. So
still has to roll for it.
Yeah. The saving throw is a 21. I could change it to whatever I want. Let's make it wisdom.
That's what it already
Nah,
is.
strength.
It's already wisdom.
Nah.
Yeah, wisdom's fine. It's what it already is.
Okay, we're doing wisdom. Wisdom. That is a 23. Oops, sorry, no, 20.
Have him re-roll it, because I've used spend a... Wait, do I have a luck point? I don't have any luck points.
No, you used all your luck points.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay. You should have made it strength. He's stunned. It would have automatically failed it.
Shit!
Yep.
Timber, you're up.
Timber's not trying to kill this guy. Well, kind of trying to kill this guy, but like also not sure. He just wants to kind of knock him out.
Okay,
He doesn't
that's fine.
realize. Yeah. So Timber is just going to just keep making sure he's stunned. So,
He just gets up and just punch him again.
it's that's essentially what I'm doing. Sorry, I just automatically hit.
Yeah.
Meaning I got a 31, and then I did 15 damage. So roll that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
17.
Sorry, I'm just recalculating my. Okay, there we go. You fail. DC 18.
Wait, nice. He's still stunned. Then.
I am going to, after having stunned him, I am just gonna sit pretty, and then just kind of like have a hand on him, on his shoulder, and just.
Yeah, right. That's actually pretty sweet. You're just over and over again. Yeah, I like that. All right, Scarlet, you're up. You can tell that Timber is not trying to kill this guy. He's just trying to. Well, you know who he is, though.
I know who
it
is. Yeah, and I will announce to the room. This is Edmund.
Mm-hmm.
Hollingsworth. Spent some time together. Question, Shant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to decide which of my weapons I want to use here.
Okay.
Prongs of the Black
Mm-hmm.
is Goth. If I, activate it, it turns into a whip. Can I use that to wrap around somebody? It doesn't say it in the language.
But you
though.
can use Lily to do that.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, but no, Prongs of the Black can't be used as a grappling device.
All right, cool. So then Lily it is. I will use my bonus action to summon Lily, and use my action to command her to go wrap around him. So
he's stunned, so he automatically fails and is automatically wrapped up with it.
Excellent. Yeah, that's all I can do. I was gonna
Okay.
make it hurt if I could, but I can't do anything else.
Sarathil, you're up. He's wrapped in obsidian chains and stunned.
So we're just trying to subdue this guy as much as we can. What do we got here? How can I wrap this man in?
What can I wrap this man in?
All right, so here we go. I got it. So he's wrapped in chains. He's stunned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast Force Cage. No. That's too bad. That's too much. Not Force Cage. I'm sorry.
Too much. Come on, Sarathil. Too much.
That's actually not what I meant to say. I meant to say Wall of Force. I'm gonna cast Wall of Force, but I could do it in a hemispherical dome, in a sphere.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining like he's like, is he sitting or is he standing?
He's standing. Yeah.
He's standing. Well, I want to make the half dome from the floor up into like his neck, and then have like a little hole around his neck,
okay.
and then he can't get out.
All right, so this man he's stunned. He's got magic obsidian chains wrapped around him, and now he's in a like up to the neck hyperbolic chamber wall of force. Kieran.
Seeing all this, Kieran just kind of walks forward, and I think he's just gonna go boop on the nose and cast a little Geas and goes, you will huh?
Up to
silenced.
Yeah. Shot.
Kieran's gonna look over at Timber, just like
So you're in a silent spell. Like it's not like you wouldn't cast it if you're silenced.
And then I will hold an action to cast the geese. Geese spell.
Gesh.
Yes, once Kaze has dropped silence.
Okay.
And that's what Kieran says. He goes, walking out of the silence, he goes, once you drop the silence spell and my words can go through, I will cast Gesh on Hollingsworth, and hopefully we can get some answers. And end my turn. Sorry.
I think I could drop it as a free action, though, right?
Yeah,
Can
I think it's a free action.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I'll drop it then.
Yeah.
All right.
Fun,
so then I react
Yes.
and cast Gersh.
Well,
Wisdom
60
saving
range
throw.
anyway.
Yes, yeah. I just more for flavor's sake to boop him.
I know.
But then,
I'll let you boop.
If he's in the silence, I don't think that it would affect him because I think
because the words he has to hear
right,
them.
Exactly.
Basically, so even actually he wouldn't. I don't think he would have heard
if the
it
creature can understand you, which I assume if it
which
can't
requires them to hear you. Yeah. Okay, so he'd a saving throw.
Wisdom 22.
Wisdom. He got a what is that? What's math? Got he did not make it. You said 22, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he got a dirty 20.
All right. Kieran's Gesh is just you will submit to the Wayward Five and our allies. Do not fight us. Help us. It's in your best interest. Edmund Hullingworth. Hulling, doesn't matter. You don't matter.
You don't matter.
Okay. Hollingsworth is charmed by you. Will not harm you.
He no longer matters.
He believes this. He understands this internally.
Yeah, that's part of the Gesh. In his mind, he thinks, I no longer
He
matter.
wants to go to therapy.
It physically hurts him if he has any self-esteem.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah,
God.
5d10
Oh my
psychic
lord.
damage.
Gesh is a horrifying spell when you use it properly. Okay, but as the stun wears off, he's still wrapped up and all held together.
End of my or beginning of my.
Yeah, technically it would have come off, and he technically could have counterspelled that, based on if the initiative count. But it's okay. Why prolong the inevitable? So he looks back at you and does not move because he can't. And he looks over at Scarlet and then looks to all of you.
What are you doing here?
I'm gonna blink inside the cage and just go inside his pockets and start emptying his pockets.
He doesn't exactly have pockets, but he has a bag. So
It's that
Yeah.
that bag that I saw him taking a book.
You
out
can
of.
you can find that he is just looking. He's basically just stealing like the most like detailed books that she has on magic, like some of the most arcane stuff, old magic. He is he's basically the last scavenger to ransack this workshop of an old wizard. You can't really discern what the purpose of the books are. They're just you see one that's on alchemical research, one that's on religion and the gods, one that's on resurrection magic. So take that for what you.
Yeah, I'll take it. I imagine just Timber's just taking it all. He's not looking at it
Yeah.
yet, but eventually. Sorry, it's good info. Good info, but yeah.
I asked you a question, Hollingsworth. Told you to submit. You will answer my questions.
Oh my god.
I am doing my duty, Master.
It's very
This is
low.
very low. Yeah.
I am doing my duty to my master.
And who is that?
General Aldrich Kinsley.
General Aldrich Kinsley is dead.
Yes.
And what duty is it you carry out for him after his death?
Protecting and returning him to this plane of existence. To serve his will. And to bring about the bright future he sees. The prosperity of Oxlam and its people. One kingdom. One people.
Through the destruction of Untduras and Gwenvalor, or in the Gwen.
Yes. Threats to the one kingdom. Threats to the one people.
And do you also serve Zendariel, as Kinsley claimed to?
I serve Aldrich Kinsley.
What can you tell us of Kinsley's influence over King Heinrich?
Before the new upstart, Kinsley had complete control over Heinrich. Not magical. He is a child, and thus prone to distraction and disinterest in politics. Scared as well. Easy leverage.
Do you know who this is? Kieran says, gesturing to Prince Robert.
He looks up and cocks his head.
No. See an old man.
Call me silly?
I see an old man.
Oh, yes. Yes, well, you also see the rightful heir to Oxlin.
Ah. Welcome home, Robert.
Does anyone else have pertinent questions for Hollingsworth?
That's so Sarathil actually now like coming down from the fight. Where did you acquire your garbs? That armor? That's from a time long past.
The Caerdolen Academy.
Who are the current leaders of the Caerdolen Academy?
Uncertain.
How's my alma mater doing?
With the death of Aldrich Kinsley, my influence has waned and I have had to skulk in the shadows.
Is the Archmaester... I don't know, I reached out to him a few sessions ago. And he was very mean to me.
He has been imprisoned for collusion with Kinsley.
Uh-oh. And this, I assume, was all due to the upstart you mentioned, whose name I definitely know.
Yes. He nearly killed me. But I escaped the manor.
I bet they would be very grateful if we were to bring you back to them.
I suppose they would.
What stops us from doing so?
I don't see anything that would stop you. If I were you, I would do the same.
I don't think he deserves to live after all that he's done.
I don't think it's our decision. Might as well try and earn something from it. Send him back to the academy.
I agree with Wiswick on this one. He may be better used as leverage to get us an audience with King Heinrich.
It's good to see you thriving, Rowan Dumaine.
Wish I could say the same. Do you need a blanket?
Do as you wish with me.
Have you ever heard of the Pallid King?
Yes.
Was Kinsley under the influence of the Pallid King?
No.
Are you?
No.
What was Kinsley's intent with the Pallid Mask? Had.
To study and reverse engineer any magical capacity. In the efforts of our army.
And his one true wish was simply about a future for the people of Oxlin.
He saw war, famine, and plague disrupt all manner of civilization in his lifetime.
And so he thought to add more war to it. Very, very smart of him, yes.
Any
That's why I
road
let-
necessary to keep Societies are meant to be organized, controlled, and mobilized.
Of course, the
Faith
classic
and
argument.
wealth dictate the war between stability and insanity.
Yes, your mindless prattling, your adherence to the dogma of your leader.
Kinsley was not under any effects of corruption. I saw to a morning mind plague on him at all times.
No, I believe you. What I saw was a man possessed of his own will. Just a will pointed in the wrong direction. No matter. We must
His
make
spirit-
haste.
Do as you must.
Kiran will ask Sarathil to lower the wall of force and say to Scarlet, if you don't mind, I feel he is best under your watch. Keep him bound. Make sure he doesn't utter a word. Thank you.
I'll lower the shield.
So maybe it's not a fresh set of mage armor, but there's some mage armor here.
I mean, are
I'll
we
take
gonna?
it.
It's not gonna fit
Lord
on
knows,
me.
long-
It's not
long
gonna fit
knows-
on me.
Lord knows I'm gonna keep on getting smacked with my 9 AC.
There we
Let's
go.
do it.
Karis re-armor.
So in order
Permanent
to make
detect
this
magic. It
Alright, we
has
strip
permanent
'em.
detect magic.
Strip him.
Yeah.
You see a very, very weak, emaciated man underneath. Really like salt and pepper gray disheveled hair. He reeks. It seems like he never took this armor off. As much as he could, he's kept this armor on at all times. He is a disgusting person underneath. And he's just got this blank gaze. And he just stares out. This man was thoroughly changed by his experiences and firmly under the control of Kinsley. As you can see, even to his dying breath, he is trying to resurrect Kinsley. He had total loyalty to Kinsley.
I'm gonna throw that armor in the bag of holding.
No, that's for...
I'm gonna wear it.
We just
Oh.
got it for...
I'm paying
Mr.
attention.
Sarathil.
Yeah.
You might want to prestidigitate it first before putting it on.
Absolutely.
It's stinky.
This thing stinks.
Just for everyone's sake, I'm gonna gag him with like a piece of cloth or something like that,
Okay.
so he just can't cast spells.
I'll keep Lily on his wrists.
Yeah, which is a good call because he can still, even though he can't hurt you, he has plenty of things to
Yeah.
escape with. He could cast Time Stop right now if you don't gag him.
Didn't hurt us with his words.
Bricks and stones.
Okay, so you're going to bring him, I imagine, eventually to the
Yes.
Curiousry Academy, turn in the traitor, and bring Robert. Robert actually would look to you, Kiran, and say, I don't know if coming in with a lot of commotion is the best move. I know of a few ways to sneak into the castle from my youth.
Okay.
What do the guards look like in this city? Can you?
Odd question.
Well,
I
I can go find out.
They bear the tablet of my house, flag of Oxlin, and a simple half plate most of the time. From what I remember, at least, it was. I haven't been to Caerdolen in many years. But you'll recognize them. This is the city where the gods are particularly subtle.
And question for you, Kiran. Thatcher, is he playing as himself? To King Hungry?
What?
You
Bancroft.
Bancroft.
Yes.
I just remembered the name
Actually-
too.
He actually might not even be here at the moment.
Good.
So he did visit you.
So,
Yes, he did.
and the folks that report directly to the king, did they look any different than the guards around here?
Well, the guards that when I was a boy here, the guards who guard the king's court were different. They wore better armor, better weaponry, a particular sigil amongst their tabard to indicate they are of the royal guard.
After going in great detail, I'm going to take out the brooch of seeming, and I'm going to actually use that and cast that to make us all look like guards.
Well,
Yeah,
let's wait. We're a
you
little
can
We're
even-
gonna
far, I think.
wait.
Yeah, I
I'm
was
gonna
gonna say
hand
we're
the
like,
bro- Oh
you
wait,
guys
hold on.
are. You'd have to head to
gonna-
the city first because this is actually
Yes.
technically on the outskirts of the city.
Right.
You're in like a neighborhood outside of Caerdolen right now.
I'm gonna hand it to Prince Robert, and he
Yeah.
can cast it.
That's
Absolutely.
really good.
Yeah, actually, that's a perfect call. Because he can use his actual memory to do it. It might be a little like retro, but
Well, man, we got some fancy duds on,
Yeah.
huh?
oh, look at these veterans with the old wares. When'd you get that? 1282. Anyway. But yeah, you can. I mean, you can head to the city. I mean, the other thing is like, as far as Oxen's concerned, they're winning the war. So the city is not like on
Right.
high alert like it was when the war started and you were last here. So as long as you're subtle enough and not, walking in with a big old scepter on your back and all this. But you could also, if you want, you could just do the brooch of seeming right outside the front gates if you want. How long does the spell last? I think it's an hour. Or
Let me take a look.
seeming any number of creatures.
8 hours.
8 hours. Oh, excellent.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you're like a full like half hour out of the city, like not even at the front gates, and Robert will cast it on you all, and you will all take this form that has the forest green colors of the House of Aemon. You have these like really polished, like bright, almost white armor on all of you. This heavy plate. You all have swords and a spear at your back and a shield. All of it an illusion, of course, with long crimson cloaks. And you begin to head into the city.
Yeah.
When we get to the city, I want to quickly cast skill empowerment on Robert and give him bonus to charisma
Hell
because
yeah.
he'll probably need it.
Yeah, Robert's probably going to be also doing all the talking here, getting you guys through areas.
Right.
The most perceptive of you all might actually no, it's the middle of the day. You wouldn't see this. Robert goes up to the front gate, and you start to hear him talking military jargon with the guards, saying, "We are out on a mission for King Heinrich to investigate certain things, and we're here to enter the city to return and report our findings." See, the guard kind of looks at him and looks him up and down. You can clearly see, like, there's variations in the armor. These aren't King's Guard or Royal Guard, but they are, the armor looks newer, more contemporary. But Robert, what does skill empowerment do again? Does it give him advantage?
It's actually expertise for one skill. So I imagine I used it for persuasion, not deception.
Yeah, hell yeah. That gives him a 32 there, I think. He's already proficient in persuasion, so
Oh, cool.
And he's a
So
paladin,
it's doubled.
so he has high
Yeah.
charisma. So hell yeah, he definitely. They're like, yeah, whatever. Go on inside. They're clearly like, why are you even asking us? You're above us in the chain of command. And you enter in, and despite the prosperity of Oxlin in this war, this city is still kind of filled with refugees. And they all look like they're wearing clothes from the northern and western part of these territories closer to Zverwold and Sivia. As there seems to be, at least in this first area in the Rog Hollow district, there's a lot of poor folks and homeless. But you quickly move through. I don't have my map of Caerdolen up, but you go through that fancy district where you guys stayed at that hotel that one time.
Yeah.
Also Scarlet, where you know the Valyrian estate is. And eventually make your way up to the castle. And there's probably only going to be one more checkpoint where they're going to stop Robert and ask him some questions. Good thing for that expertise, actually. For a dirty 20. You rolled quite low, actually. But the guards, they do kind of look at you a little more suspiciously. Like, they're trying to, like, recognize you. Like, if they know you. And, like, oh, you must be new. No wonder they sent you out of the city for some dirty work. All right. Go on in. King would likely be able to see you soon. He's just finishing up his lunch. But it's a very standard day here in Oxlin. It's very bright out. It's that kind of like chilliness of yesterday it was 60 degrees out, but today it's 32. It's that kind of weather. As you're walking up through the keep to the Royal Hall. You're right outside of the Grand Hall, where you see two guards are standing there. Robert kind of gives them the nod and says his piece to them. They, one of them opens the door and steps inside and closes it. Curon and anyone who has an 18 or higher perception rate would hear the conversation going on in there. And it is almost a mirror to the conversation Robert was having down there, but for the position up here, as some advisors are talking to Henry while he's eating lunch. And you hear one of them say, "We can't afford to keep the armies in the south when this cult is sacking every village in the north and west. Spies say that there's a moving army, but they're moving away from Caerdolen. Well, if they're moving away, then there's nothing to worry about. Let the northerners deal with them. They'll go so far north, the Skulls will take care of them. Or the Elysians, if they get too close to their borders. Yes, well, we all saw the shockwave burst from Elysia. Who knows what those elves have gotten into?" And the door closes.
Do I recognize one of the voices?
No. But they're clearly talking about whatever cult has developed in Sivia and Zverwold, and you, Scarlet, you might surmise this army could be what Thatcher showed you. Robert kind of looks to you, Curon, and just kind of whispers, "Are you all coming in with me? What is the plan here exactly? I know I must speak to him, but what is, the announcement? The how do we do this? What are we doing?" He's panicking a little.
If we want,
Yo, go
one
on.
of us. Oh,
What?
I was going to say, yeah, I don't know. You got a prisoner. Is there any way we can change or modify what, one of us looks like as a?
I
mean,
think once we're in there, it doesn't matter
Correct.
Drop the
Put it in there.
charade.
If you're gonna be just ending a long war, it's gonna take a long time to broker peace agreements. The best way to do it is to just state your claim, talk to them, be understanding, try and look for compromise. And even if we can't finish the war, maybe we could at least do an armistice before we can, stop the Pallid King. And maybe after seeing that the threat is real and that we're, valiant people that probably saved their kingdom, we can get you a better deal afterwards.
I was simply
That's
gonna
how I'd
say,
play it.
have one long lost brother greeting another. Start there. See where your brother's heart lies.
Right to the point.
We could also reveal, that we know about the people who have been manipulating him around his counselors, and we did try to help him that one time, so he might remember you, Kieran.
We can
won't
even have our
remember
own
me.
prisoner tell him about.
All right, well, they're coming back, so we'll
Okay.
just see what happens. Guard opens the door and just brings a hand to step in, and you can see there's a long table that's been dragged out to the middle of a marble hall with tall pillared and arched ceilings, statues throughout the hall of various figures. You would recognize there is a statue of Prince Robert in there with a memorial plaque. And behind this long table where they are eating and talking, there is the throne of Oxlin, which is oddly simple for how ornate this hall is. It's a simple wood-carved throne. It's not made of stone. It's not encrusted in gems. It is just a simple timber throne with some carvings in it of different animal heads. You see some eagles, some bears, some animals. A nod to the origins of Oxlin being just foresters and hunters that settled this land after leaving Zverwold. We never really got into this because you all moved so quickly through Oxlin, but there's a lot of leftover iconography of their timber days and their lumbering days, and they even still local politics is often run by a forester, but it's okay. It's all just world building. It doesn't matter. But you would see there are 3 people sitting at the table with Prince Henry, who you can see looks like a baby-faced robber, basically. He's got that that kind of dirty blonde hair that is cut much shorter than Robert's, actually kind of in a somewhat of a because Robert's has grown long over the years. This king, he's kind of got a bowl cut, and like straight
As
up,
all good boy kings should.
as all good, exactly. It's
Is
very
it Timothy Chalamet?
No, it does not look like Timothy. I mean, that's actually probably a good comparison. Is Timothy Chalamet and I don't remember the name of that. What is that movie called? No, not that one. The one where he's a boy king.
The King is the name of the show.
Oh, it is just The King. Yeah. No, he's more of a Will Byers situation going on. Like clearly far too old for a bowl cut in contemporary times, but in medieval times, this is a kingly haircut.
Yeah, they could afford a bowl to put on his head.
Exactly, and it was a
a
gem
gold
encrusted
bone. Yeah.
But he does have this very lithe, youthful face that's also very angular. Like a lot of years have been added to a young man's life face after only a couple months of war, after half a year of war, and particularly arduous winter war, as he's like basically just moving food around on the plate, and he does look a little sickly, like he's very pale. And there's these 3 advisors there. You can clearly see, like, one of them does bear kind of the clothing and style of Zverwold. You might think this is an exile of Zverwold who is trying to speak on their behalf. You see this woman with dark black hair and a high-necked dress who is the one who is talking a little bit more about the cult themselves. And then another younger man. None of them look like Bancroft. Bancroft is not here. As you all step in as royal guards, and the king looks up at all of you as you finally meet King Henry for the first time in the campaign and the 4th to last episode.
You're welcome.
Ooh. I don't recall a mission that I sent any royal guard on. What business have you here today?
No, I believe it was actually your father that sent us out. Well, sent him out, Kieran says, gesturing to the disguised Prince Robert. I don't know, how many decades has it been since the bloody shores, bleeding shores, fuck. Was I right the first time?
It was the closest.
Okay.
You combine 2 things, but it's actually a good name for the Battle of the Bloody Shores. It's a good name for it. So let's say you said that.
You're welcome. Since the Battle of the Bloody Shores.
I don't understand. And then you see one of these advisors like, what are you talking about?
I'm
What's
talking
the meaning of
about
this?
the return of Prince Robert, first of his name.
King of the Andals and the First Man.
The advisors start laughing at you when you say that. But Prince King Henry, he's serious. His face is very serious as he's looking to you, as he's not heard that name really mentioned other than on the memorial celebration every year, which he hates. As you would see, Prince Robert does kind of step forward, and as he takes off the illusory helm, and as he takes it off, his plain mundane face turns and shifts to his own face.
You can drop it for the rest of us too, for theatrics.
I don't think it's wise to have a bunch of decked out adventurers show up randomly in the middle of this. Give it a moment.
God damn it. All right.
You have really scary weapons. And a wolf man. And a necromancer with hands. I'm sorry.
Discriminatory.
I have a very friendly face.
The advisors all get quiet because they would have known Prince Robert and recognized his face, and they see this old face of his. A man who's supposed to be 30 is clearly in his 50s. Or less than that, because Timber did give him a rejuvenation potion. So he is actually more of a man in his 40s. He's a dad age. But he does look to his brother. And there's like the air is sucked out of the room for a moment. As Prince Henry seems bewildered by this, one could say. But Prince Robert Prize, the one who steps up and talks first, as the armor vanishes, showing his regular garb as Governor Clay, the paladin garb he usually has, the symbol of Zendariel that hangs from his neck. As he just rushes around the table to his brother, as you see royal guards do step forward to stop him, and one of them grabs him by the shoulder for a moment. As Prince Henry doesn't say anything, he just sort of looks, still kind of dumbfounded, as a guard does seizes Prince Robert as he approaches. And you see another guard hesitantly step forward to grab him as well, as he kind of struggles against them. And Prince Henry just looks at him, still kind of bewildered, as he then stands up and steps forward, and grabs the cheek of his brother to kind of feel, to make sure he's real, before hugging him. The guards release Robert as he hugs him, and his arms wrap around his little brother. The advisors start to just talk amongst themselves very quickly. This can't be. What do we do? What is this? How is the line of this? He abdicated the throne. He did not return. What do we do? How will this affect the war? And as they're saying this, you see Prince Robert, still holding his brother, then kind of lets go of him and nods to him and turns and says, "There will be no more war." I am not here to seize the throne from my brother, but I am here to end this unnecessary violence. If you can assure peace from Oxlin, I can assure peace from the south and the Gwyn Empire. And damned be negotiations. There are greater threats here. I heard you say it yourself, the shockwave from Elysia. And he turns to his brother. I'm sorry, Henry. I should have come back sooner. And I come back now because we do not have any time left. You saw what Kinsley meddled with. You've seen what's been happening across the realm. It's all connected to a threat in Elysia that my friends here can tell you more about. To prove this war must be ended, we must support the Elysian people. It's not just their fight. You hear one of the advisors. Oh, this is ridiculous. How can we even trust you? You've been gone for years. You have no authority here, Robert. My king. This is a trick. You see Henry kind of steps away from his brother for a moment and then looks to the advisors. And Robert clasps the chain of Zendariel around his neck, and you can see its fire burns for a moment and burns his hand in the way that the burned graces experience Zendariel's magic. And he winces as you see this flame zips around him and then settles around him as cinders, as he casts his zone of truth on himself. There are no lies here. You can trust the magic of Zendariel here that are gifted to me as her knight. Or you can trust my words as your brother, as a man of Oxlin. At least listen to these people's claims. They have saved my life and many others. And Henry looks to you all as Robert drops the seeming.
Curon steps forward, kneeling as he plants the scepter into the ground and kneels in front of him and goes, King Heinrich, we come to you now with a plea. My people fight in the north against the threat of the Pallid King. One of the last-ditch efforts of the Wayward One to enact his final plan started millennia ago during the Morsia conflict. I know that you have spent much on the wars to the south, conflicts to the west and the north. I don't mean to have you overextend, but we're desperate for any assistance you can lend us. Ending this war, this needless bloodshed, with Untduras and the Gwen. At least that free up resources that we can use to help defend this realm against the greatest threat it's seen since the conflict that saw gods die and others chained.
You hear that same advisor looks and says, "This is ridiculous, my lord. We are so close to ending the war on our terms."
And who are you? Kieran says, pointing at the advisor. To dare think you could command a king? You don't have his best interest in heart, or the people's. Otherwise you would be out there helping them. No, instead you whisper in his ear like worms. Like pallid rot.
You're one of the other.
Sink
Go ahead.
This palace low.
One of the other advisors, this Varoldian man, who pipes up and says, "It is very unfortunate about the people, but this is about our future, Oxlan, and the unity of the Quindarchy."
If the people wanted to be united, don't you think they would come flocking? You cannot unite a people by force. That even the simplest person should know. For they will always break under the force. They will always seek to be free. No, you can only unite a people under a truly bright banner. One which you do not wield.
If it was Zendariel's will for us to help the Northerners, we would. There are no signs of such in the faith.
Looking to Robert, Kieran goes, Robert, would you like to, or shall I?
Robert looks at this advisor and says, "I've seen the will of Zendariel. By the very gray of my hair and the wrinkles that run through my skin now, I brought this man, this Elysian, back from the dead, the will of Zendariel. Look upon me. I should not be of this age. It was through the sacrifices of myself and Zendariel that this man returned." As he holds up the sigil of Zendariel, and then looks to Timber, and looks at the staff of iron on Timber's
I was
back.
about to say, yes.
And holds his hand out to Timber for him to hand it to him.
And Timber so graciously passes it to.
And he kind of just like taps it on the ground and looks to them and says, "We bear the very crook of the first Ember Flame. Now, would Zendariel allowed us to take this from the temple if our crusade was...
I feel like I should have asked her about that. Oh, shoot.
If our crusade was not of right justice and for the people." You see they start to like kind of huff a little bit, and then King Henry kind of like meekly like hits the table. It's loud enough to get everyone's attention, but like it's not that forceful really. But he just says, We will withdraw our troops from the south. The war will cease for now. As I get to see my brother again. The only family I have left. And we will talk about what your people need. Once that is over, we will see where we stand. Let's satisfy you, lords. Alderman. They kind of like look at each other like...
He's growing a backbone.
And, look. We'll have to alert the other aldermans to marshal the forces, my lord, King Heinrich. It will take time. And, you see Prince Robert looks to Henry and says, get the Kirisri Academy alerted as well. There is an impossible amount to plan for. But I am happy to see you again, Henry, after these years. Thank you. And Henry just looks to him and says, well, might there be enough time at least for brothers to be reunited and just speak and remember each other. And Prince Robert looks to you, Curon, and kind of nods to you, saying, you will have what you need. But for this moment, I need to spend some time with my brother.
Take what time you need, Robert. We, of course, always have more business to attend to. Thank you. Thank you.
And Prince Henry like kind of starts to walk away with Robert, but then like turns and kind of walks back to you all and says, I'm sorry, how rude of me. Who are the champions that saved my brother and reunited us?
We are the Wayward Five. Heroes.
I imagine we introduce ourselves, but Wiswick would speak up and say something.
Go ahead.
If it's not too much to ask, there was once a prodigious teacher at the Curiousry Academy that was removed for unfair reasons due to the corruption of your government. I believe that her name was Kalra, and I've kept in contact, and she's been doing research for me. If she could regain her seat of prestige in the city, I'm sure she would greatly appreciate it.
I will speak with my brother about it. See if we can have
Thank
this
you.
Kalra reinstated.
And now that we've introduced ourselves, what are these lords' names?
These lords' names, you want to know?
Yes, and Timber's going to take out a piece of parchment and write their names.
What?
It's a kill list.
Mike, you
It's a kill
joined
list.
the campaign late, but Timber used to write names on pieces of paper to send back to the Sulk, which we all always forget is an assassin's guild. And they burn the paper names to see if Noct is like, yeah, you can kill that person. It's basically the entire ritual can be boiled down to they ask Noct for permission to kill people. And Noct is like, if it leads to my ultimate goals, then yes, but maybe not. See how I feel that morning.
Pretty much.
And the names are Bean, Jean, and McQueen.
But no, you can definitely he'll tell you their names. Like it's not like he has no idea what you're doing. He just thinks you have a grudge. But he will tell you their names. And he'll look at you peculiarly as he's like, this is Jarl, former Jarl. This is former this is former Jarl Balgruth. This is Lady Sif.
Ligma.
I'm just gonna say other IPs for all of their names.
Nice.
Okay.
And this last one's name is Grima Wormtongue.
Just question.
Late is the hour that this conjurer.
Kieran's like, I don't have my staff anymore.
Pleasure.
Oh man, I'm upset that I didn't put that in there on the Lord of the Rings reference. Have this scummy advisor be like, late is the hour of this exiled prince and his rabble of conjurers.
In my head, it was playing out very similar to that, and I was like, who's gonna be like the Legolas and Aragorn that just shoves up the guards,
Punches a guy in the face.
Yeah. Get out of here.
Wiswick would definitely be Pippin.
Wiswick would absolutely be the one who grabs the Palantir and does all that shit. Scarlet?
Yeah, just at some point in the conversation, if your advisor Bancroft shows up, there's no need to listen to him anymore. He's a dangerous man in disguise.
Bancroft's been missing for a few days.
Did he say where he was going?
No, he
Guess
disappeared.
would be missing.
The last thing I spoke to him about is he showed me the plots of Kinsley, Hollingsworth, and Killian. And I gifted him the manor of Kinsley's estate. If he's dangerous, you may want to investigate that manor.
Interesting.
But no guards have seen him since. We sent people to look in the manor and he was not there. Though the place was an awful mess.
I'm sure it was.
It seemed like it was ransacked by some of the brigands that have been infiltrating the town of late. They destroyed the Valyrian estate. Where unfortunately we found Kinsley.
There's so
Or
much
fortunately, I suppose.
There's so much that Scarlet wants to say right now. Just kind of just spill out everything. Be like, no, he says he is. We did this. He did that. But he's just gonna leave it.
As King Henry's like, I don't know
he's
what
not
you're
who he said
talking
he is."
about. He was just a really cool guy that I hung out with. He really understood me.
I'll kind of give like Kieran a knowing glance that is just like, I know where he is.
Kieran just nods and then leaning over whispers to her, you know, I'm really glad what Prince Robert did with the staff and everything, because I was gonna summon that demon, what was his name? Exnarl Gith or whatever, and just be like, look, this is your
I'm so glad you
Sandariel.
didn't.
I think it
I
would
wish you did that so bad.
very
So
fun.
glad you did that. That's what I thought you were gonna do too.
Snarlga.
Ex-Snarlga.
Yeah, Kroggoth comes back and goes, oh, I'm here again? Oh no.
Something.
I was in the middle of something.
I was just slaughtering a few angels. But no, after you kind of talk a little bit, introduce yourselves, and and he leaves with Robert, and you're given kind of an escort of the guards to move about the city at your will. But it's going to take a little while to spread the word, but for all intents and purposes, the war is in a ceasefire. So that the forces of Oxlin and Vermalcia and the Gwyn Empire and Farathris can be organized to assist in the efforts to the north.
Sweet.
So, for all intents and purposes, you have unified Gwenvalir. Other than half of Taramron that has to stay behind to fight the Wild Elf incursion. Yes, sir.
We still have 3 days.
We only have 3 sessions.
I want to milk this for all I can. You don't
If you want to.
understand, Sean.
Cow.
I
We
need
also
it.
need to get to 150 sessions, not 149, because that's just so
Scarlet,
goddamn
that is
unsatisfying.
up to the
I
unborn
know.
child.
I know. I will sit on the couch and do nothing.
Yeah,
Just
you are not
I
allowed
don't
to
know if that
move
helps.
for the next 4 weeks. You have to be completely still.
I can do that.
Thanks, Kira. Okay. This is where we'll end tonight's session because it's a little way past our end time. So you will have a choice. You can still do things next session. But I'm going to say at the break of the next session afterwards is kind of the end of your prep time. You can do things in the first half. Maybe maybe have a drink at the Frog Hollow gin bucket.
Nope.
Gin bucket.
No.
Before heading up into Taramron, if that's what you want to do, to hunt down the issue there in the last few days you have, and then return to Therismore. You are probably going to want to at least have a day or two to actually organize, like not like a day or two of doing stuff, like role-playing stuff out, but like you're not just going to be like, all right, we arrived at 10 a.m. the morning of the arrival of the Pallid King. Oh, look at all these people that have no idea where to go or what to do, that are all just showing up in the outskirts of Therismore by teleportation and whatnot. So you don't have 3 days really to solve the Taramron situation. You have a day really to solve the Taramron situation.
Understood.
But thank you folks for joining us for a longer session tonight. It's we're on that deadline, so we got to get this stuff in. We got to milk these episodes for all we can.
Real hard.
But I
They like that we're milk people.
I still
God.
haven't commented.
Oh my
Almost as
god! Oh my god!
Get out!
Sarathil, I'm
Get
taking
out!
away that armor.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna send a raid on over to Warlocks and Waffles. We're playing Dungeons and Dragons right now.
Oh.
We saw them at a panel in a con at PAX East. Talking about something.
Ow.
Nice.
Having fun with friends.
But thank you for joining us. Join us for other stuff this week. This Wednesday, Relaxing in Paradise, I'm going to be doing some messing around with the 3D printer that these crazy people gifted me.
What are you gonna print first,
Definitely
Sean?
not a bribe. Definitely not a bribe to help them their chances with this last few
No.
sessions.
It was a bribe. It was a bribe. 100%.
No, it was a bribe. Okay, maybe
I
that's
will
why a
show
lot
up
of
at your
things-
house that
maybe
you
that's
leave
why a lot of
unlocked and
things
smashed it.
Well, yeah, if you guys lose the final battle, you're just
Taking it back.
take a back to it and destroy it. This is what you get for killing us all. So we're gonna do that. See how far we can get with it, and then maybe play some Cult of the Lamb. Jump back into that, with the newly resurrected Stefan. Check on all the other minions that have joined the cult. Maybe you can join the cult. And then Sunday, Shannon and I will talk about what happened tonight. And then Monday we'll come back to potentially deal with the co-sharing the Defiled and truly do their final preparations for the final battle.
I bet I can get one more session.
You cannot. There's a hard drop dead line of prep. That is the break of the next episode. And there the raid went.
There goes the raid.
Good night, everybody.